Chapter 2969. These two figures, one in black and one in white, were both handsome, but their clothes were extremely strange. On their heads were two tall official hats. The hat on the white figure's head had the words "Fortune at First Sight" written on it, while the hat on the black figure's head had the words "World Peace" written on it. After the two of them appeared, the girl's expression changed because their auras were similar to Ning Qi's. The fact that the two of them were able to lift her blade's shadow meant that they were also third-step cultivators. They're still alive. Zhu Ganglai looked at the two of them, and a look of shock flashed across his eyes. He did not expect the two of them to appear at such an occasion. Who are they? Everyone was stunned, especially Jiang Yu and the other celestial emperors. Not only were they stunned, but they were also extremely shocked. Only Jiang Tianche and the other ancient transformation elders had a drastic change in their expressions when they saw the two of them. Their eyes were first filled with disbelief, followed by fear. These are the black and white marshals of the ancient immortal underworld. If they appear here, doesn't that mean King Qingguang has regained control of the 6 paths of reincarnation? Even if they haven't reached that level yet, I'm afraid they won't be too far away. With the appearance of these two, who knows how many more ancient immortals will appear in the future? I'm afraid we have to make preparations as soon as possible. I wonder if that lord is a match for the 3 of them. In an extremely short period of time, all the elders of the Tiandao clan had quickly conversed with one another. Everyone's expressions had become extremely grave. Aside from them, Jiang Yu and the other juniors had no idea about the origins of the black and white marshals. During the Great War of Immortals and Demons, countless patriarchs of the Tiandao clan had died in the hands of these two. Whenever these two appeared, hordes of Tiandao clan cultivators would have their souls taken away, without any chance of reincarnation. Not a single one. In the end, no one knew whether the two of them were dead or suppressed. In the entire underworld, only King Qingguang's whereabouts were known. After all, Jiang Tianchu had personally suppressed him. What kind of ghosts are you two? The little girl frowned as she smelled the faint yin qi from the two of them. I am Xia Bai, and the white impermanence of impermanence. If you respect me, call me Lord Bai. The white shadow smiled faintly. I am Black Impermanence Fan Wujiu. Those who respect me, call me Black Grandpa. The black figure said coldly. Then the two looked at Ning Qi. The King of Hell sent us 2 brothers on a trip. Brother, are you all right? Thank you, both of you. Ning Qi said in a hoarse voice. Impossible. His mind hasn't been invaded by the devil ancestor's heart? When Zhu Ganglai heard Ning Qi speak, he was even more surprised than when he saw the black and white impermanence. From his point of view, Ning Qi had already been filled with demonic aura and lost his consciousness. He had become a puppet controlled by the demon ancestor's heart. It's good that you're fine. We didn't come here for nothing. Xia Baiyan smiled at Ning Qi and then looked at the girl. You do not belong in this world. Go back to where you came from. Otherwise, we will take your soul with us today. Although Fan Wujiu seemed very cold and didn't say anything, the murderous look in his eyes when he looked at the little girl was enough to prove his attitude. You want me to return to the divine Luo world? Haha. Even if the 3 of you at the early stage Dao querying realm join forces, I can still deal with you. It'll just take a little more effort. The little girl frowned and then said calmly, the Dao querying realm. What kind of realm is that? Is the Dao querying realm after the immortal emperor realm? The immortals present heard this term from the little girl several times, and they all had doubts in their hearts. However, they had never heard of this realm. Even Jiang Tianche and the others had only heard of it occasionally. They didn't know the exact power of this realm. They only knew that during the Great War of Immortals and Demons, their Tiandao family had several perfected Dao querying realm existences. However, after the Great War of Immortals and Demons, these third-step existences had all died. After that, Jiang Tianshu didn't leave behind any legacy, causing their cultivation to be stuck at the ancient transformation realm, the awkward realm between the second and third step. Sometimes they even suspected that Jiang Tianshu had purposely left for Shenluo realm without leaving behind any legacy. He was afraid that the Tiandao family would have a few perfected Dao querying realm existences, or even fourth step existences. He's so arrogant. Xia Bai and looked at Fan Wujiu. Fan Wujiu nodded. Indeed. Kill her. Kill her. Kill me? The little girl was so angry that she laughed. She shouted, "Kill Slice!" The saber shadow condensed again and pressed down. Xia Bai and Fan Wujiu's expressions changed slightly. The palms that held the saber shadow seemed to be bleeding. Clearly, the saber shadow had already cut through the layer of shield outside their bodies and injured their physical bodies. Rise! The two of them exerted force, and the saber shadow was pushed up again. Suppress! The little girl shouted coldly. The saber shadow descended again. Both sides seemed to be in a tug-of-war, and they were locked in a stalemate. However, the spectating immortals were shocked to the core. They knew that while the battle didn't seem to be intense at all, one only had to think about it to realize how dangerous it was. In the end, Milord is still stronger. Jiang Tianche and the others heaved sighs of relief. The little girl was fighting 1 against 2, but her expression was still very calm. She didn't seem to be using much force, but Xia Baiyin and Fan Wujiu's foreheads were clearly sweating. The difference in strength was obvious. Suddenly, a palm covered in monkey hair grabbed the edge of the saber, immediately sharing some of the force for the two of them. They heaved sighs of relief. It seems that if the 3 of us join forces, we can still fight against you. Xia Baiyin smiled at the little girl. My apologies, I was a little distracted just now. Let me deal with this guy alone. Ning Qi smiled at the two of them. What? You alone? Brother, are you serious? You're just a loser. If not for the two of them, you'd be dead already. What right do you have to say such big words? The little girl was so angry that she laughed. Everyone looked at Ning Qi with strange expressions. Could it be that he was almost killed by the little girl just now, and now he had the confidence to fight the little girl alone? Ning Qi smiled and said softly, 9 inner hidden gates open! The first gate opened, and Ning Qi's aura doubled. The second gate opened, and it doubled again. The third gate opened, and it doubled again. The fourth gate, the 8th gate, the 9th gate. The 9 inner hidden gates opened, and Ning Qi's aura suddenly rose 512 times. What did this mean? Chapter 2970. This is a freaking Super Saiyan. Luo Hongua cried out, dumbfounded, as he watched Ning Qi's aura surge. In the end, both his aura and aura completely suppressed the little girl's. Ning Qi held the knife in his hand and lifted it up. Xia Bian and Fan Wujiu looked at each other in shock. They now knew why Qin Guang Wang had sent them here to save the day. This guy was most likely one of the ancient immortals. Qin Guang Wang looked at Xia Bian and Fan Wujiu. The strongest existence, right? They looked at Ning Qi in a daze. It was as though they were looking at the golden age of the ancient immortals, when their names shook the world. However, compared to those great sages, Ning Qi's aura was still lacking. Peak of the late stage Dao querying realm. What kind of demonic skill did you just use? The little girl looked at Ning Qi, dumbfounded. Her calm demeanor was instantly shattered. Ning Qi's aura, now, seemed to be on par with those peak, late-stage, Dao querying realm existences. How terrifying would such an existence be? It was not an overstatement to say that no matter how many middle-stage, Dao querying cultivators there were, they could not be a match for a peak late-stage, Dao querying cultivator. The difference between the two was 100,000. 8,000 li. Just now, Ning Qi was only in the early stage Dao querying realm, and one of the weaker ones at that. But in the blink of an eye, Ning Qi seemed to have grown from a baby to an adult. His aura had also surged from the early stage Tao querying realm to the late stage Tao querying realm. What kind of demonic skill did I use? Ning Qi smiled. None of your business. With that, he exerted strength in his palm, and the blade shadow was instantly crushed. The little girl's face turned pale. Although she did not vomit blood, her aura had weakened. Clearly, she had suffered some light injuries. Brother, can you really deal with her alone? Then the two of us will just watch from here. Xia Baiyan could not help but ask. Although Fan Wujiu did not speak, he nodded subconsciously. The two of you can just watch from here. Ning Qi smiled and cupped his hands at the two of them. To the crowd, the giant ape who had been so violent and irrational was now acting so politely. The huge contrast formed a stark contrast. Today, we can settle many things at once. Ning Qi swept his gaze from the little girl to Jiang Tianche and the other elders. When he saw Jiang Yu and Jiang Hao, his eyes lit up with divine light. Jiang Yu and Jiang Hao's expressions turned extremely ugly, as if they had been forced to eat a mouthful of dog shit. Ning Qi, who was about to be killed by the little girl, had been saved by these two inexplicable fellows. Following that, the little girl was still able to suppress the three of them, but Ning Qi's aura inexplicably skyrocketed once again, skyrocketing to become even more terrifying than the little girl's? What the hell was going on? Why don't you go first? Although Ning Qi's gaze was fixed on the little girl, in the next instant, contrary to everyone's expectations, he directly turned around and stomped towards Zhu Ganglai. Zhu Ganglai was dumbfounded as he stared at Ning Qi's foot. At this moment, he was no longer crazy. Instead, he very rationally revealed an expression of fear. The odds were against him. The golden cage that the little girl had created was easily crushed by Ning Qi's foot, as if he had just stepped on a piece of dirt. This caused the little girl's face to turn even paler. She really wanted to retreat temporarily, but Ning Qi's divine sense had locked onto her. The little girl knew that as long as she moved, he would immediately attack her. The little girl knew that as long as she moved, he would immediately attack her. Following that, Ning Qi's stinky foot directly landed on Zhu Gonglia's head. Boom! The earth shook. The terrifying aftermath swept in all directions. At this moment, as long as the cultivators were on the central planet, regardless of where they were, whether they were on this side of the planet or the other side, they all felt this inexplicable tremor that made their hearts palpitate. The dust and smoke dispersed. A deep pit with a radius of thousands of miles appeared under Ning Qi's feet. Regardless of whether it was the grass or the insects within the range, they all turned into ashes. A giant creature that was thousands of feet long was lying in the deep pit. It was already exhaling more than it was inhaling. It was a pig demon with a black mane all over its body. At the corner of its mouth, a mixture of white and red foam was flowing out. I told you to cook my daughter. Ning Qi let out a roar. His body suddenly enlarged, and he raised his giant foot again and landed it on Zhu Gonglia's body. Boom! The earth shook again. Zhu Ganglai spat out a mouthful of blood. His body was too huge, so the amount of blood he spat out was like a small lake. Daddy? This is Daddy. Ning Haotian hugged the big pot and stared at Ning Qi's demon ape form, dumbfounded. She would never have imagined that this was her suave, elegant, and handsome father. Today's battle is too exciting. Oh no, I forgot to turn on the live broadcast. How many gifts will I lose? A prodigy from a clan sighed, then suddenly slapped his forehead and cried out. Immediately afterward, he took out the All-Heaven Talisman and aimed it at the battlefield. When the other prodigies with the All-Heaven Talismans saw this, they all cursed themselves for being slow. They also copied him and activated the All-Heaven Talisman, shooting it at the battlefield. Shocking, crazy, and awesome titles appeared on the All-Heaven Live broadcast platform. Many immortals clicked on it curiously and couldn't take their eyes off of it. This was because Ning Qi's aura that landed one kick after another on Zhu Gongli's body made people realize that this was an extremely high-end battle. Host, what's the cultivation level of that demon ape? Why is this pig demon getting beaten up in a battle between two demonic beasts? Their auras are almost the same, no? You can feel their auras through the screen. Hello, fellow viewers. This demon ape has an extraordinary background. Even a martial emperor is no match for it. Please give me your gifts. I'll broadcast the entire battle. Bullsh * T. Let's go. This is a lunatic. Even a martial emperor is no match for him? Who are you kidding? The comments immediately confused that aristocratic prodigy. Then a hint of anger appeared in his eyes, and he secretly pointed the screen at Jiang Tianzi and the others. The spectators who were preparing to leave suddenly realized that the various elders of the heavenly Dao clan, the immortal emperors, and even the Langya immortal emperor had become passers-by. They stood among the immortal emperors with focused expressions. The aristocratic prodigy purposely gave Lang, your immortal emperor, a close-up shot. Do you see that? This is Lang, your immortal emperor. You're calling me a liar? You're calling me crazy? Do you believe that I won't turn off the broadcast? F***CK. Chapter 2971. This is the battle of the century. Who exactly is this demon ape? Even the seniors of the Tiandao family are here to watch? Unbelievable. Host, may I ask who that little girl is? Why is she standing in front of the immortal emperors? Bullet comments flashed across the screen. Almost all the All Heavens live streaming platforms were either broadcasting live or rebroadcasting the battle. All of them were showing the same scene. Over the past few centuries, the market for the All Heaven talismans had skyrocketed. In the past, only geniuses of aristocratic families could have the All Heaven talismans. Even if other cultivators wanted them, there was no place to buy them. However, later on, all the major markets and stores put the All Heaven talismans on sale. Although the price was high, many immortals would tighten their belts and buy one. There were countless cultivation materials on the All Heavens forum, and the All Heavens black market was equivalent to a market open to the entire immortal world. It was extremely convenient. Someone had calculated that the number of users of the All Heaven talismans had increased by hundreds or even thousands of times over the past few centuries. No one could estimate the exact number of users. In front of all the immortals, they spread the news by word of mouth. You inform me, I inform him. The All Heavens live streaming platform instantly flooded with streams of traffic. Almost every planet in the major immortal realms had immortals watching this battle. Boom! There was another loud sound. After this loud sound, Zhu Ganglai transformed back into his human form. He lay in a deep pit with a swollen face. His body was covered in uneven wounds, and it was obvious that he was severely injured. Stop hitting me. I'm an ancient immortal after all, Zhu Ganglai said with some difficulty. He looked at Ning Qi with a trace of horror in his eyes. If Ning Qi attacked again, his soul would dissipate. For so many years, as the will of good and evil, he had been suppressed in the cave together with Zhu Gonglia's corpse. He had finally occupied his body and escaped. If he died here, wouldn't all his hard work over the years be in vain? You're pretty tough. You should die from this kick. Ning Qi grinned and raised his foot to stomp on Zhu Ganglai again. Zhu Gonglia's cultivation hadn't recovered to the third step, but he was able to withstand the attack of his increased strength. He didn't die after so many attacks, so he did have the right to be crazy. Ning Qi understood why Zhu Ganglai was not afraid of the third step cultivator sent by Jiang Tianzi. With such a tenacious life force, it would be extremely difficult for that little girl to kill him. Brother, wait. Xie Bian and Fan Wujiu appeared in front of Ning Qi. You too. A hint of doubt flashed in Ning Qi's eyes. King Yanluo said that this is still General Canopy's body. Although General Canopy's primordial spirit has been destroyed, it may return in the future, so please spare his life for now. C'est bien said. Ning Qi frowned deeply. Black and White Marshal Tianpeng died long ago. I am myself now. When Zhu Ganglai heard this, he ignored the fact that the two of them were pleading for him and immediately roared angrily. Please take a look. This demon is still stubborn. I think it's better to send him on his way. Ning Qi laughed. That's simple. Fan Wuzhou smiled and looked at Xie Bian. Suddenly, he appeared next to Zhu Ganglai. The two of them reached out their hands and pulled out 2 balls of smoke from Zhu Ganglia's body. They looked like they were about to fuse together. These are the good and evil thoughts that occupied General Canopy's body. We'll take them to the underworld and suppress them. Brother, you can keep this body for now. What do you think? Xie Bian said with a smile. That's fine. Ning Qi glanced at the lifeless Zhu Ganglai. Without the good and evil thoughts, it was just an immortal body. Then he nodded and put Zhu Ganglia's body away. After doing all that, Ning Qi reached out and grabbed the 2 balls of smoke from Xie Bian and Fan Wuzhou's hands, throwing them into the creation domain. He attacked my daughter. I'm going to refine him myself. Ning Qi said to the two of them. The two of them looked at each other and nodded slightly. If anyone else had dared to steal a living soul from them, they would definitely be hunted down by the two of them. However, Ning Qi was different. Even if the two of them recovered to their peak, there was still a huge gap between them and Ning Qi. At this point, the enmity between him and Zhu Ganglai could be considered to have been resolved for now. In the next moment, Ning Qi shot his gaze towards the little girl. However, right when he was about to make a move, an extremely ordinary palm suddenly descended from the sky and slapped down towards Ning Qi. Lord Tianshu? A hint of surprise appeared on the girl's face as she looked up into the sky. Everyone could vaguely see that there seemed to be a faint, illusory face in the sky at that moment. No one could clearly see what the face looked like, but they were certain that it was a human face. Patriarch Tianshu? Jiang Tianche was slightly taken aback. He had not expected Jiang Tianshu to still be watching them from the beginning until the end. Otherwise, he would definitely not have made a move at this moment. The hearts of the various clan elders gradually calmed down. The outcome of today's battle would not change after Jiang Tianshu made his move. Yes. Thank goodness. That person has made a move. This man is dead for sure. Jiang Yu and Jiang Hao breathed a sigh of relief in their hearts. Their faces showed a hint of surprise. At this moment, the All Heavens live streaming platform became extremely lively. It was hard for everyone to imagine that the battle would take such a turn. After the demonic ape won, someone in the sky actually made a move to suppress it. Who was this person? Confusion, excitement, and fear. These were the feelings of everyone present and the immortals watching the battle through the All Heavens live streaming platform. What a powerful aura! Ning Qi's expression changed slightly. In the next moment, he leaped up fearlessly and punched the palm. Escape! It was impossible. Ning Qi was not willing to sit and wait for death. He wanted to take advantage of the demon ancestor's heart in his hand and the continuous flow of power into his body to see if he could withstand the palm. You overestimate yourself. A faint voice sounded. Boom! The closer Ning Qi got to the palm, the smaller he became. However, the crowd soon realized that it wasn't Ning Qi who was getting smaller, but the palm that was getting bigger. Following that, a deafening sound rang out, and Ning Qi was slapped to the ground like a fly. When the palm slowly lifted up, 4 figures appeared on the ground. Chapter 2972. It was subdued just like that. Everyone gaped at the scene, aside from the little girl and the Tiandao clan's elders. Even the immortal lords didn't know who the owner of the palm was, but they were sure that the palm's owner was on their side. Otherwise, why would he suddenly help them subdue the ape? The bullet screen on the All Heavens live streaming platform disappeared completely in an instant. Then a flood of bullet screen flooded in even more frenzied than before. almost covering the entire screen. Am I living in a fake immortal world? Who's that ape? Who's the owner of that palm? Who's that little girl? Dog streamer, answer me. Don't pretend you didn't see her. I'm going to the central planet. I'll regret it if I don't see this battle with my own eyes. I envy the big shots who can go to the central planet. +1. Let go of my daddy. Ning Haotian suddenly hugged the walk and flew to the mountain, shouting angrily at the pale face in the sky. Little Haotian? Ying Jinxuan was taken aback. Then, a look of anxiety appeared on her face. Little Haotian's appearance in this kind of situation was obviously very dangerous. Who's that girl? She doesn't look old, but her cultivation is quite high. She's already a perfected sky immortal. That wok smells good. What spiritual ingredients are being cooked in it? Everyone stared at little Haotian in shock. Realization flashed in the eyes of Jiang Haitao and the other two immortal monarchs. They were the first to arrive at the Nether Ruin mountain range. At that time, they saw little Haotian being cooked in the pot, but they didn't pay much attention to it. Now it seemed that this little girl was the daughter of this demonic ape. It was because Zhu Ganglai had done something no father could tolerate. Little Haotian? Ning Qi's head was in a state of dizziness after being hit by the palm. When he came to, little Haotian was already there. Daddy, I recognize you. Little Haotian smiled at Ning Qi, pleased with himself. Ning Qi sighed in his heart and ignored her. He sent a voice transmission to Xia Baiyin and Fan Wujiu. You two, take my daughter and leave this place quickly. When Jiang Tianshu had made his move, the two of them had been frozen in place. It wasn't until Ning Qi's voice rang out that they looked at each other, grabbed Haotian, and were about to leave. The current situation was not something that the two of them could control. Ning Qi, who was so powerful, had been suppressed on the spot. The two of them could not save Ning Qi at all. However, there was still a chance that they could escape with Ning Qi's daughter. Therefore, they made their move. You two ants. Back then, you disappeared without a trace. Do you still want to leave today? The indifferent voice sounded again. Hearing this, the little girl immediately made her move. Another shadow of a saber materialized in the void and slashed at the two of them. Fan Wujiu suddenly turned around and ran towards the knife. Xia Bian's body started to fade. Just as he was about to take little Haotian away, a golden spell fell from the sky and landed on Xia Bian's forehead. Xia Bian's body froze. Then, his head started to bleed from the top of his head. Then he began to turn into spots of light. Such a powerful cultivator of the third step has fallen, just like that. Jiang Tianche and the others suddenly felt like they were in the same boat. It was very funny. After all, they were on opposite sides of Xia Bian. However, all the elders present, including the Emperor of the Celestial Realm, felt the same way. Xia Bian's strength was far beyond that of Guhua. He had reached the true third step, but he had still fallen so easily like an ant. They were probably even worse than ants. For the first time, even Jiang Tianche felt a sense of helplessness. Even though he was very close to the third step and could step out at any time if Jiang Tianshu was willing to help, he no longer had the ambition he had in the past. Even if he could really step into the third step, what could he do? In the eyes of some existences, he was still just an ant. An ant. Where is the end of this path? Does it have an end? Brother Xie? There was a trace of anger in Ning Qi's eyes. The power in his body was rushing everywhere, trying to break free of the five-fingered mountain suppression. However, his power was useless. He couldn't break free at all. Xia Bian and Fan Wujiu were sent by King Qingguang to save him. But now Xia Bian had been killed by a talisman. No matter what, this karma was planted on Ning Qi. He had to take revenge, no matter what. Although Fan Wujiu didn't look back, he could feel that Xia Bian's aura had disappeared. Therefore, a faint smile appeared on Fan Wujiu's face. The girl suddenly felt that something was wrong. This person's friend is already dead. Why is he still smiling? In the next second, the girl finally understood why Fan Wujiu could still smile. She saw that Fan Wujiu had no intention of blocking the saber shadow. Instead, he used his chest to meet it. Rays of golden light shot out from Fan Wujiu's body. Every immortal present could feel that at this moment, Fan Wujiu's body was surging with an extremely terrifying power. The degree of power even surpassed Ningqi's. He was going to self-destruct his primordial spirit. The girl's face revealed a trace of shock. If a Tao querying cultivator were to self-destruct their primordial spirit, the resulting power would be extremely terrifying. At the very least, she wasn't confident that she could block it at such a close distance without being injured. Even if she didn't die, she would at least lose a layer of skin. But now, it was too late for her to escape. She could only place her hopes on Jiang Tianshu. Little Black, forget it. Although Little White is dead, with your uniqueness, you too will come back in a few years. If your primordial spirit explodes, you won't be able to live even if you wanted to. A figure appeared beside Fan Wujiu and gently placed his hand on Fan Wujiu's shoulder. The golden light in Fan Wujiu's body disappeared bit by bit. Fan Wujiu looked at the figure in surprise and pointed to the sky. I know. King Qingguang smiled and looked up at the face in the sky. Jiang Tianshu, you dog. You've interfered with this world again and again. Your mother shouldn't have given birth to you. Despicable, shameless bastard, plotting against me behind my back. I'm not afraid of you anymore. If you have the ability, come at me. Let's see if you can kill me without your real body descending to this world. King Qingguang wore a black robe and his face was extremely handsome. Out of all the immortals present, no one could compare to him. Even some of the geniuses who boasted of their beauty paled in comparison to King Qingguang. Yet he was cursing out loud. It was really strange. Who is this? Chapter 2973. King Qingguang. Ningqi's eyes flickered. King Qingguang's appearance stopped Fan Wujiu from self-destructing, which was a good thing for Ningqi. Moreover, from King Qingguang's words, Xia Baiyan wasn't really dead, and there was still a chance of revival. However, even if King Qingguang was at his peak, he would still be suppressed by Jiang Tianshu. Only 200 to 300 years had passed. So how much could King Qingguang's cultivation recover? No matter what, he wouldn't be a match for Jiang Tianshu, right? How dare you insult Lord? The girl scolded with a hint of anger in her eyes. The immortals present, as well as those who were watching the battle through the All Heavens live broadcast platform, felt as if someone had finished singing and someone else had appeared. The situation kept changing, making them extremely nervous, especially after King Qingguang appeared. All the female immortals in the celestial world felt their eyes light up. How could this black-clothed senior be so handsome? Who do you think you are? I'm talking to Jiang Tianshu. What right do you have to interrupt? Do you believe that I won't kill you with one palm? King Qingguang looked at the girl coldly. The girl sized King Qingguang up, and a hint of anger appeared in her eyes. You're just an ancient state cultivator, not even at the third step, and you want to kill me with one palm. Swoosh! She formed that blade shadow again and slashed at King Qingguang and Fan Wujiu. Senior, it's time for you to attack. King Qingguang looked up and laughed. The next moment, a slender finger suddenly appeared and flicked lightly, shattering the blade shadow. Then the finger pinched the girl, making her unable to move. Jiang Tianshu, leave. I'll let her go. A faint voice sounded in the sky. It was an extremely pleasant female voice. Ningqi's expression changed slightly when he heard this voice, and an image appeared in his mind. The mysterious woman he had met in the Styx Palace had the same voice when she spoke. It's her. Ningqi's gaze instantly looked towards the sky. However, just like Jiang Tianshu's palm, the woman's jade finger had appeared from the void, and he could not see where it actually was. It was extremely likely that she had also performed a mystical ability from the divine Luo world, just like Jiang Tianshu. Little Haotian ran to Ning Qi's head and fed him the soup in the pot. "Daddy, drink this. You'll have the strength to escape later." Ning Qi was startled. Then he swallowed the soup in one gulp. An extremely violent medicinal power grew wildly in his dantian, and a surging power filled his limbs and bones. If Ning Qi hadn't been at step 3, with his previous strength and physical toughness, he wouldn't have been able to do anything to his body. A single bite would cause one's body to explode, not to mention an entire wok. Zhu Ganglai had wanted to use this pot of soup and little Haotian to brew a human elixir that could help him recover 50% of his cultivation. At his peak, he was not at the ordinary 3rd step, but at the peak of the 3rd step. How terrifying would it be to recover 50% of his cultivation at the peak of the 3rd step? One could imagine how strong the medicinal power of the soup was. When this power appeared, the demon ancestor's heart in Ning Qi's hand seemed to have a slight reaction. An even more violent demonic aura surged out and rushed into Ning Qi's body. The two kept devouring and merging with each other, but regardless of whether they were devouring each other or devouring each other, the new power produced after the fusion, it belonged to Ning Qi himself. Ning Qi was using the power of the demon ancestor's heart to refine the medicinal power of this pot of soup. At the same time, he was secretly using the medicinal power of this pot of soup to refine the demonic aura. No one noticed all of this. Everyone's attention was focused on King Qingguang, the jade finger, and the palm. After the girl was grabbed by the jade finger, she looked like she was struggling. It seemed like she was trying to break free, but it was to no avail. Finally, a trace of fear appeared in her eyes. "You've been paying attention to this world for so many years. He was killed by the disciples of the great emperor. I was there at that time, and not even a trace of God was left. Even in the reincarnation of 10,000 worlds, there was no trace of him. Why did you do this? If that's the case, why do you pay attention to this world? What are you afraid of?" The female voice said. There was a moment of silence. The voice sounded again. "Since I, Jiang Tianshu, began to seek the Tao, I've never been afraid of anyone. Not in the past, not now, and not in the future. I'm about to break through to the next level, so I can't come to this world in person. But I heard that you're also very busy and have no time to spare. How about this? Let my subordinate go, and we'll make an agreement of 500 years. During these 500 years, you and I won't interfere in the affairs of this world. How about that?" "Okay." For some reason, the woman agreed without hesitation. "Let this demon ape go as well." After a pause, the woman's voice sounded again. Boom! The 5-fingered mountain suddenly shattered. Ning Qi landed on the ground and reached out to grab Ning Haotian tightly in front of his chest. He looked up at the sky. Whether it was the face or the jade finger, there seemed to be a layer of fog. No matter how hard Ning Qi tried, he couldn't see through this layer of fog. The jade finger slowly loosened. When the girl who was caught saw this, she hurriedly retreated a few 100 feet away. Her face was filled with fear, and there was a hint of lingering fear on her face. This seemed to be a compromised deal that was slowly being reached. Many immortals could already tell that both parties seemed to be forced to do something and couldn't come to this world personally. Even if they could attack from afar, they probably couldn't do it too many times. That was why they reached an agreement so easily. Patriarch Skytree, this kid has the heart of the demon ancestor. Suddenly, a voice rang out in the field. The heart of the demon ancestor? What the hell? Many immortals were confused. They didn't even know what the heart of the demon ancestor was. However, the expressions of Jiang Tianche and the other elders, as well as the emperors of the various clans, changed drastically. In the Heaven Tao Pavilion, there was a book that recorded the ancient war between the immortals and demons. It mentioned the heart of the demon ancestor. Although it was only a few words, it clearly indicated that it was a fourth step supreme being, a heart that was left behind. Many people didn't believe it. Even Jiang Tianche and the others thought that the senior who recorded the heart of the demon ancestor was just wishful thinking. Even if an expert like the demon ancestor died, why would he leave his heart behind? Jiang Yu, what are you doing? Jiang Hao looked at Jiang Yu with a trace of shock in his eyes. Wouldn't this expose that they already knew about the heart of the demon ancestor? Jiang Tianche and the others also looked at Jiang Yu with solemn and confused expressions. Chapter 2974. Almost at the same time that Jiang Tianchu's voice rang out, a palm of flesh appeared once again to grab Ning Qi. It was so fast that even Ning Qi couldn't react in time. He could see the palm of flesh, but his body couldn't do anything. Despicable. The cold voice sounded again. She clenched her fingers into a fist and punched at the palm. Boom! Pieces of the void shattered. Terrifying shock waves swept in all directions. Ning Qi grabbed Luo Hongwu in the distance and stood in front of Ying Jinchuan's ferry boat to protect little Haotian. This was different from the battle between Ning Qi and the little girl. The shock waves from the collision between the slender fingers and the flesh palm were so terrifying that they tore apart the surrounding void. Within the torn void, there were fragments of heavenly Tao laws mixed within. When these laws were complete, they were harmless to people and wouldn't hurt them. They only represented the order of the world. But now that they were torn apart, if anyone was sucked into the void, they would immediately be torn to shreds and devoured by the heavenly Tao nomological laws. Even Jiang Tianche and the others had grave expressions on their faces. They used all kinds of methods to block the attack of the shock waves. The void turbulence was created in a region with a radius of tens of thousands of miles. Countless immortals, watching the battle through heavenly talismans, gaped at the scene, their mouths wide open. A single punch had created such a large patch of spatial turbulence on the central planet. It would take thousands or even tens of thousands of years for it to heal, and this place would never be able to return to normal in the future. That was a land of death. If someone were to pass by here and they were not careful, they would die without a burial. There's always a higher mountain. I've finally learned something new today. I feel the same. I didn't expect that I've been living at the bottom of a well for so many years. I'm just a frog at the bottom of a well. It's a pity that I won't have the chance to jump out of this well in this lifetime. It's too difficult. If I could become the disciple of these supreme beings, I'd be willing even if the great demon ape wanted to take me in as a disciple, no matter the price. The number of comments on the All Heavens Live streaming platform had almost decreased by a large margin. Some people were so shocked that they couldn't even send comments anymore. The immortals who were still sending comments were all sighing. The battle they had witnessed today had truly made them feel that there was always someone better than them out there. Many of the geniuses who had thought that their cultivation was unparalleled among their peers had now put away their initial arrogance. The battle between the palm and the slender fingers didn't end with a single punch. Everyone backed away again and again. The vast nether ruin mountain range, which occupied an area of hundreds of thousands of miles, was turned into a dead end at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. Mountains were uprooted one after another and thrown into the space disruption zone. He was devoured cleanly in front of all the immortals. Some immortals who couldn't retreat in time didn't even have the chance to scream before they were devoured by the spatial turbulence or killed by the shock waves. Because Ying Jinchuan and the rest were protected by Ning Qi, they were all very safe. Even the surrounding immortal boats benefited. For example, Xing Yue's immortal boat was not far from Ying Jinchuan and the rest. Therefore, when they retreated, they all hid behind Ning Qi's huge body. None of them were injured. Here, you guys leave first. Don't stay here. Ning Qi transmitted to Ying Jinchuan and the rest. Master. Monkey stared at Ning Qi, dumbfounded. He was just wondering why Ning Qi wanted to help protect them. Now that he heard Ning Chi's voice, his worldview was refreshed. So his master was also a monkey. Is it possible that could he be my father? At the thought of this, the monkey looked at Ning Chi with a strange expression. I'm not your father. Ning Chi's voice sounded in Monkey's ear again. Monkey was shocked. How did Ning Chi know what he was thinking? Ning Chi wasn't too sure about this himself. He realized that he could know everything that was on someone's mind if he focused his mind on them. Perhaps this was the innate divine ability of a third step Almighty? He wondered if King Qingguang and the rest had it. After explaining, Ning Chi rushed towards Jiang Yu with little Haotian in his arms. Ning Chi didn't care about the little girl or the elders of the Tiandao family. He only wanted to capture Jiang Yu while he was still conscious. He had originally planned to hand little Haotian over to Ingjinshuan, but with so many Tiandao family disciples present, it was easy for someone to attack him secretly. After thinking about it, he felt that it was safest to protect him. Little Black, go restrain that little girl. I'll deal with those ancient Huans. King Qingguang instructed immediately. Then Fan Wujiu rushed towards the little girl, while King Qingguang flew towards Zhang Tianche and the rest. Third step against third step, ancient Huans against ancient Huans. Now that someone was holding Zhang Tianchu back, it was the best time for them to strike. How dare you! The little girl had suffered at Ning Chi's hands before being captured alive by the owner of the jade-like fingers. She was already furious, so she immediately went forward when she saw Fan Wujiu charging towards her. Everyone, let's join forces to deal with this person. Zhang Tianche shouted solemnly. Dozens of Tiandao family elders joined forces. Although they weren't as strong as a third step Almighty, it was enough to deal with King Qingguang, whose cultivation had yet to recover. The jade-like fingers and the palm battled in the void turbulence. The little girl, Fan Wujiu, Zhang Tianche, and King Qingguang were fighting at the edge of the void turbulence. The rest of the immortals had already retreated to a safe distance and were watching the scene in shock. The Emperor Realm existences of the Tiandao family didn't dare to intervene at all. They couldn't deal with any of the battles. The immortal emperors who were originally standing beside Jiang Yu dispersed when they saw Ning Chi rush towards Jiang Yu. Only Jiang Yu and Jiang Hao couldn't move at all. Their auras had already been locked on by Ning Chi. Jiang Yu knows that he has the demon ancestor's heart in his hand. This means that Jiang Yu knows this person. Who exactly is this demon ape? If he acted against us... The immortal emperors of the various clans all had their hearts filled with bewilderment. At the same time, a terrifying thought appeared in their minds, causing their countenances to turn pale white. Right now, regardless of Zhang Tianshu or the little girl, both of them were being held back. The elders were also dealing with Qin Guangwang. If Ning Chi attacked them, who could stop him? Ning Chi appeared in front of Jiang Yu and stomped on Jiang Hao's head, instantly killing Jiang Hao, an immortal emperor. Even in death, Jiang Hao still couldn't believe that he would die in such a humiliating manner. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully killing an immortal emperor. The reward is 1,000,000 merit points. Chapter 2975. Feng Jiuxian from the Azure Dragon Continent. Jiang Yu was still immersed in the tragic death of Jiang Hao. When he heard this name, he was obviously shocked. Who is Feng Jiuxian? Jiang Yu was shocked. Slap. Ning Chi's body suddenly shrank to the size of an ordinary person, and then he slapped Jiang Yu in the face. He controlled the strength of this slap. Jiang Yu's teeth were instantly broken, and his face quickly swelled up. However, his life was not in danger. A trace of humiliation flashed in his eyes. Jiang Yu stared at Ning Chi. It would have been fine if he did not know Ning Chi's identity, but he knew that Ning Chi was just an ant that he could kill at any time. He only had his current cultivation base because he borrowed the power of the demon progenitor's heart. Do you remember who Feng Jiuxian is? Ning Qi said calmly. I really don't remember, Jiang Yu said in a low voice. Slap. Ning Qi slapped Jiang Yu's face again, and the other side of his face quickly swelled up. The surrounding Emperor Realm existences all had a strange look in their eyes when they saw this. They could see that Ning Qi and Jiang Yu knew each other, and there was a grudge between them that no one knew about. Do you remember? Ning Qi smiled. I remember. Feng Jiuxian from the Azure Dragon Continent also had the brand of the Tiandao family. What's your relationship with him? At first, Jiang Yu couldn't remember, but when he saw Ning Qi raise his hand, he suddenly remembered a figure as if he was suddenly enlightened. I'm his son. At least, he's the father of this body of mine. Ning Qi grinned. What? Jiang Yu looked at Ning Qi in shock. He had never expected Ning Qi to be that aunt's son. Back when he had passed through the Azure Dragon Continent, he had discovered that Feng Jiuxian bore the mark of the Tiandao clan. But her mark was from the Ji clan, and he had been with an emperor from the Ji clan not long ago. At that time, he was having an argument with some Emperor Realm existences. When he saw Feng Jiuxian in existence with the Ji family's mark of the heavenly Tao, he naturally killed her. However, he never would have imagined that his son would appear in front of him, and the positions between them had been swapped. He had become as weak as an ant, while his son had become so powerful that he could crush an ant like him at any time. It's good that you remember. Now let's settle other scores. My mother is in your hands, right? Hand her over, and I'll spare your life. Ning Qi said lightly. As he spoke, he looked at Jiang Yu with full attention. Almost in an instant, he had copied all of Jiang Yu's thoughts into his mind. Not only the whereabouts of Wang Yuding, but also the whereabouts of Wang Shui's soul, as well as the other evil things that Jiang Yu had done all these years, were all known by Ning Qi in an instant. Without waiting for Jiang Yu to speak, Ning Qi suddenly grabbed his head. With a thought, an extremely tyrannical aura surged from Ning Qi's palm into Jiang Yu's body, destroying his meridians and dantian. In just a few breaths of time, Jiang Yu's aura fell rapidly, falling from the Emperor Realm to the ground. It had fallen to the human immortal level. You actually crippled my cultivation. Jiang Yu didn't expect Ning Qi to be so decisive. He spat out a mouthful of blood and looked at Ning Qi in disbelief. Suddenly, a deep sense of despair rose in his heart. His Emperor Realm cultivation was like a skyscraper with an extremely good foundation. Usually, even if he was seriously injured, the skyscraper would not collapse. But now, Ning Qi had directly used the means of a third-step cultivator to destroy his great xia, completely destroying its foundation. Although he still had the cultivation of a human immortal, it was impossible for him to cultivate to the Emperor Realm again in the future. Do you want me to keep you alive for the new year? Ning Qi looked at Jiang Yu coldly. You want to wait for the other side to free up their hands to save you? You're dreaming. After saying that, he directly grabbed Jiang Yu and threw him into the creation domain. He had already learned the whereabouts of Wang Yuding and Wang Shui from Jiang Yu's memory. It was just that it was very complicated, so for the time being he had to let Jiang Yu live. It's your turn. Ning Qi lifted his eyes to look at the Emperor Realm existences who were looking at him with fear in their eyes. His lips curled into a sinister smile. One Emperor Realm existence would be worth 1,000,000 merit points. It wouldn't take long for him to accumulate enough merit points to deduce the Force Spirit Sacred Art. Apart from that, he could also weaken the Tiandao clan, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Not good. He's going to attack us. The various immortal emperors glanced at each other as terror flickered in their eyes. Before they could do anything, Ning Qi had already vanished from his location. When he reappeared, another immortal emperor from the Jiang clan screamed in agony as he was stomped to death by Ning Qi. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully killing an immortal emperor. The reward is 1,000,000 merit points. The system notification sounded. In the blink of an eye, after Jiang Yu and Jiang Hao 3 martial emperors from the Jiang clan had died in Ning Qi's hands. When Jiang Tian's and the other 2 who were fighting with Qin Guangwang saw this scene, their eyes could not help but be covered with a layer of red light that was filled with the smell of blood. However, even if Qin Guangwang didn't attack them, they wouldn't dare to face Ning Qi. With their cultivation, they would only be beaten up by Ning Qi. In various parts of the immortal world, the immortals stared at the scene on the All Heavens live broadcast with their mouths agape. The legendary Emperor Realm existences were killed one after another like ants. This scene was even more shocking than when Ning Qi beat Zhu Ganglai up. After all, they started cultivating. At the beginning, they thought that the end of the path of cultivation was the Emperor Realm. They had an indescribable feeling and recognition for the Emperor Realm. Ning Qi was equivalent to destroying their worldview. "Kid, over here!" Qin Guangwang transmitted to Ning Qi. After killing a few Jiang clan immortal emperors, Ning Qi ignored the remaining immortal emperors and pounced towards Jiang Tian's and the others. Seeing this, Qin Guangwang let out a long laugh. "You bunch of bastards, go to hell!" "Shit, we're no match for this person." Jiang Tian's and the other elders were horrified. "Ancestor Skytree, save us!" Jiang Tian's couldn't care less about anything else as he roared toward the space turbulence. Boom! A loud noise came from the turbulence of the void. Then the palm of flesh crossed the sky and arrived in front of Ning Qi, grabbing at him. "Jiang Tianshu, your opponent is me." A cold voice sounded. The jade-like fingers appeared once more. But this time, everyone noticed that this pair of beautiful hands already had a little finger severed, and fresh blood was ceaselessly dripping down from it. Every single drop of fresh blood was able to burn a bottomless hole on the ground. Boom! Chapter 2976. At the last moment, the slender fingers and the palm collided. Ning Qi vaguely sensed that his palm wanted to take away the demon ancestor's heart from his hand, but it was stopped by a jade finger. In the end, little Haotian disappeared. There were 2 possibilities. Little Haotian was taken away by the owner of the jade finger. Little Haotian was taken away by the owner of the palm. No matter what, Ning Qi hoped it was the former. If it was the latter, his originally clear eyes were once again covered with a faint layer of blood qi. Ning Qi could not help but roar towards the sky. The demon ancestor's heart in his palm took the opportunity to surge out wave after wave of terrifying power, rushing into Ning Qi's body. The medicinal power of the pot of soup that Ning Qi had consumed earlier was instantly absorbed by the demon ancestor's heart. Unknowingly, the gigantic demon ancestor's heart had completely disappeared. Not good. Lord Tian Shu seems to be at a critical moment of his breakthrough. Now that he's injured, he won't be able to use his skills from afar for a while. How should we deal with this great ape monster? The little girl's eyes turned serious. She could vaguely sense that Ning Qi's consciousness was being invaded. When the time came, he would not be able to differentiate between friend and foe, and would destroy everything in his sight. As for her, although she was in the intermediate Tao querying realm, she had come to this world through Jiang Tianshu. Without Jiang Tianshu, she would not have been able to leave this place and return to Shenluo realm. Given her cultivation level, she would not have been able to open the passage to this world. Retreat first. The little girl had just thought of this when she saw Ning Qi charging toward Jiang Tianche and the other 2. At this moment, there was no longer any consciousness left in his eyes. Other than endless rage, there were no other emotions in his eyes. Damn it! Why is he targeting our Jiang family? Jiang Tian's and the other 2 stared at this scene with their mouths agape. However, their actions were not slow at all. After all, this was a matter of life and death. Even if they could not win, couldn't they escape? As the 3 of them fled, they casually grabbed at their surroundings. Instantly, several heavenly Tao clan's immortal emperors were tossed towards Ning Qi. Ning Qi instantly treated these immortal emperors as his targets. This action would at least delay Ning Qi for 3 to 5 breaths of time. This scene caused the other immortal emperors to feel a chill in their hearts. However, none of the elders felt that there was anything wrong with this. They used this time to escape from the central planet under the lead of the little girl. They would not dare to leave the Heaven Dao Pavilion for a long time to come. Let's go. This demon ape has already lost its mind. It kills anyone it sees. The Langia Immortal Emperor transmitted his voice to a few emperors that were on good terms with him. Even without his reminder, the other immortal emperors had already escaped without a trace. Jiang Tianche's act of capturing a few scapegoats had not only saved them, but had also saved the immortal emperors and the other disciples of the heavenly Dao clan. Other than the few scapegoats, there were no longer any disciples of the heavenly Dao clan present. The rest of the immortals also fled in all directions, not daring to stay. However, there were about a few hundred geniuses who gathered their courage. Although they ran far away, they didn't leave completely. Instead, they used the All Heavens talismans to broadcast the scene before them. One gift after another flew out. In just a few breaths of time, it was equivalent to several years of cultivation resources for them. How could they let go of such a rare opportunity? Hence, immortals from all corners of the immortal world were still watching nervously on their screens. Even the most stingy existences were sending gifts to show their support for the host's bravery in staying. After all, if it was them, they would probably pull up their pants and run as far as they could. Little Black, let's go first. This kid has lost his mind. The demon ancestors will hidden in the demon ancestor's heart has robbed him of his spiritual consciousness. He has already become a monster that only knows how to kill. With our current strength, we can't stop him. King Qingguang immediately transmitted his voice to Fan Wujiu. At this moment, Ning Qi seemed to be toying with the few immortal emperors that were left behind. He didn't kill them immediately. Instead, he vented his anger with punches and tormented them incessantly. Dignified immortal emperors, who were a level higher than Jiang Yu and the others, were mid-stage immortal emperors. However, they were like rag dolls in Ning Qi's hands, unable to resist at all. Fan Wujiu looked deeply at Ning Qi, then asked King Qingguang, "My lord, can he still be saved?" With demonic qi filling his body and demonic while robbing his spiritual consciousness, if he was an ordinary demon, he might have a chance to regain his consciousness. Unfortunately, the demon ancestor is the origin of the demon race. His strength is extremely terrifying. I'm afraid this kid can't resist his demonic will. He will continue to kill. When he kills, if he's lucky, a new spiritual consciousness may be born. But from that moment on, he will no longer be himself. Just like Zhu Ganglai, whose body was occupied by the good and evil dual will, the real Zhu Gonglia's primordial spirit has long been destroyed. He won't even have the chance to enter the myriad realms reincarnation. King Qingguang shook his head. Having said that, the two disappeared on the spot before Ning Qi killed the few immortal emperors. Even if they stayed, they wouldn't be of any help to Ning Qi. Instead, they might be beaten to death by Ning Qi, who had lost his consciousness and couldn't differentiate between friend and foe. Don't kill me. I'm willing to hand over my soul and submit to you. The immortal emperor of Meng clan, who had almost fallen from a mortal monarch, knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. I'm willing too. Spare me. The unlucky bastards who were thrown to Ning Qi by Jiang Tianche and the rest knelt down one after another. There were a total of 4 immortal emperors from Meng clan, Su clan, Zhou clan, and Ding clan. This scene was broadcasted to the entire immortal realm by hundreds of all heaven talismans. Countless pairs of shocked eyes fell on the screen. Countless immortals couldn't believe that the invincible immortal emperor in their hearts would actually kneel and beg for mercy. These are immortal emperors. If it were me, I would have agreed immediately. To have 4 immortal emperors as subordinates, TSK, Heze. Bullshit. What do you mean take them in? Just kill them. Senior demonic ape is so powerful that even the elders of Tiandao clan fled. Why would he need to take these four immortal emperors as slaves? Host, come closer. I'll give you an immortal boat. Sigh, even immortal emperors have to kneel and beg for mercy. If it were us, the bullet screen exploded again when the four immortal emperors were kneeling and begging for mercy. Some people were gloating. Some people were worried for the immortal emperors. Chapter 2977. Ning Qi slowly lowered his head. His blood-red eyes gradually approached the celestial emperors. Just when they thought that Ning Qi was going to let them go, Ning Qi's hands came down like a game of whack-a-mole. Boom! 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 The celestial emperors were instantly turned into minced meat. At this moment, Ning Qi could no longer hear the system's prompt. In the distance, Jinchuan and the others did not leave. They just moved to a safer spot. Everyone on the celestial boat looked at the scene in front of them with ugly expressions. The monkey's expression was unusually grave. Jinchuan's face was a little pale and she looked very worried. Daoist Jiao was dumbstruck. From the beginning to the end of the battle, he felt as if his soul was going to float away. Even now, he still hadn't recovered, and he was immersed in a boundless ocean of shock. Long-armed ape's cultivation level was too low. It was so low that he only felt that Ning Qi and the others were very strong after watching the battle. However, he had no idea how strong they were. Luo Hongua stared blankly at Ning Qi, his expression changing several times. He felt that he had made the right bet, but with Ning Qi's current state, not to mention whether or not he could protect him, he was afraid that he would be hammered to death the moment he got close, right? After killing the four celestial emperors, Ning Qi suddenly turned around. His blood-red eyes swept across the celestials in the distance, one by one. Every celestial emperor that Ning Qi looked at stiffened. Their breathing became uneven, and some even felt like they were suffocating. They maintained their previous positions, holding the all-heaven talismans in their hands. Countless people who were watching the live broadcast felt as if they were there. Even though they knew that they were very far from the central planet, they still felt a chill down their spines and cold sweat appeared on their backs. Roar! Ning Qi punched his chest a few times with his fists and let out a deafening roar. Then he stomped his feet and headed towards the depths of the universe. At that moment, the entire central planet shook up and down. He left? Everyone looked at this scene in a daze. Then they heaved a sigh of relief. Just a moment ago, they thought that they might be killed by Ning Qi, but the next moment, Ning Qi didn't even look at them and left the central planet. They felt as if they had just picked up their lives. The hosts who had mustered up their courage and used their lives to exchange for tips all revealed irrepressible joy on their faces. With today's live broadcast, even the anchors who usually had few fans earned a lot of money. Moreover, after today, the number of their fans would definitely skyrocket. In the future, there would be a steady stream of income. Xing Yue looked over at Jinchuan with a serious expression. Previously, no one else had noticed, but she had. When the two experts had unleashed the spatial turbulence, Ning Qi had blocked the shockwaves for them. To everyone else, Ning Qi's actions seemed to have been done unintentionally. However, Xing Yue was sure that Ning Qi was helping Jinchuan and the rest to withstand the shockwaves. Martial Ant Master has left. What about us now? Are we going to look for him? The monkey sent a voice transmission. Jinchuan shook her head and sighed. Let's return to the ancestral star. Young master, I am Xing Yue from the Taichu Chamber of Commerce. It was really dangerous just now. Xing Yue's ferry boat suddenly approached Jinchuan and cupped her hands at a distance. Xing Yue was a little surprised. He didn't know why his sister had suddenly greeted Jinchuan. Could it be that she had fallen for him? Xing Yue didn't think too much about it. Instead, he looked at Venerable Jiao and smiled. Hello, young lady. Venerable Jiao ignored Xing Yue. Jinchuan looked at Xing Yue and nodded. Then she said something to the monkey, and the ferry boat rose into the sky and left the central planet. Sigh. Xing Yulei looked at the sky with disappointment. Then he turned around and looked at Xing Yue. Sister, are you in love? If you speak less, people won't think that you're mute. Xing Yue's expression was a little serious. Xing Yue curled her lips and suddenly said in surprise, That guy doesn't seem to be on the ferry boat. Sigh, if I had known, I would have kept that young lady here. That guy, after hearing this, Xing Yue's eyes moved slightly, and she suddenly had a bone-chilling guess. As soon as this thought appeared, Xing Yue felt a chill run down her spine, and cold sweat appeared on her forehead. If her guess was correct, she and Xing Yue had probably been in close contact with that big demon ape long ago. The battle on the central planet had ended more than a month ago. During this month, the news kept spreading. Even the immortals who didn't have the all-heaven talismans and couldn't watch the live broadcast heard the news from others. At first, they were skeptical, but eventually, the video of the live broadcast circulated. The price was quite high at first, but after a while, the price dropped. As more and more people watched the video, the price dropped. All the immortals who watched the video found it unbelievable. With the video as proof, the news spread faster and faster. Even some first-grade planets vaguely heard about it. This battle was called the Heavenly Tao Tribulation in the All Heavens Forum. In this battle, the Heavenly Tao family had lost a total of 6 immortal emperors. As for those who were affected by the 2 powerful beings, they were negligible. On the side of the ancient immortals, they also lost a third-step powerful being named Xia Bayan. Logically speaking, the ancient immortals should have suffered a great loss. How could an immortal emperor be compared to a third-step powerful being? However, Yama's words had indirectly told everyone that Xia Bayan could still be resurrected and wasn't completely dead. Of course, Zhu Ganglai was also included, but they didn't know which side to put him on. After some calculations, everyone was extremely shocked by the outcome of this battle. This battle had turned the central planet into a land of death. Anyone who entered would definitely be turned into ashes. They had lost 6 immortal emperors, and 2 beings who were stronger than immortal emperors. Most importantly, after this battle, the central planet had lost 6 immortal emperors. Most importantly, after this battle, all the other immortal emperors had followed the elders back to the Heaven Tao Pavilion and holed up again. Chapter 2978. Heavenly Ancient Mystic Realm. On a certain level 7 planet, because the primordial immortals there wanted to accept disciples, many immortals were attracted. Before accepting disciples, they naturally had to go through a competition to see their aptitude and so on. It was quite lively. Many geniuses took out the all-heaven talismans and began to broadcast. There were quite a lot of people watching, but unfortunately, they did not have the all-heaven talismans. More and more people came. Since many immortals could not see the live broadcast with their own eyes last time, they took out most of their wealth and bought an all-heaven talisman. Once there were more all-heaven talismans, anyone could be a host, and the competition was naturally fierce. In previous years, the profits of a live broadcast of such a conference were basically okay, but now there were dozens of geniuses broadcasting live at the conference. However, the most famous and popular live broadcast room belonged to a nickname. Brother Go, as the name suggested, was a dog demon with a perfected golden immortal cultivation. But because of his witty speech, he had a certain number of fans on the All Heaven Live broadcast platform. 3 primordial immortals will appear in my live stream today. They're not ordinary primordial immortals. They come from prestigious sects, and their sects have a very long history. I'll give you a close-up shot later. Remember to reward me. If you reward me today, I'll give you a close-up shot. If it's enough today, even if I have to risk my life, I will film more exciting scenes. You definitely don't know, but the female immortals who will appear today are each more beautiful than the last. They're all wearing skirts. A guy with a dog head and a human body said loudly, holding an all-heaven talisman in his hand. Many people nearby looked at him, and their eyes were not very friendly. But as soon as he said that, the bullet screen was suddenly filled with one reward after another. I hope Brother Go can take a more tricky angle today. Brother Go, don't drop the ball, we're all waiting. How long until the conference begins? I can't wait. It's starting soon, don't worry. As soon as Brother Go's voice fell, 3 figures flew over from afar and landed on the high platform. When countless immortals looked at the 3 figures, their eyes were filled with admiration. On this level 7 planet, these 3 were the strongest existences. They were the only 3 primordial immortals on this planet. One of them was a middle-stage primordial immortal, and the other 2 were early-stage primordial immortals. All 3 belonged to the same sect. Therefore, even those grade 7 planets with more than a dozen primordial immortals did not dare to provoke them. Soon the competition began. Many geniuses took to the stage. There were already millions of immortals who had come to watch the competition. It was a grand spectacle, and after being broadcasted, there were at least 10 million immortals watching the competition. There was even a post on the All Heavens forums. The Heavens chosen who had the chance to become the direct disciple of the 3 grand Unity immortals made a tally, and then opened a betting booth for people to place their bets. Ever since the number of the All Heaven talismans increased, more and more uses of the talismans emerged. There were always people who could make the All Heaven talismans more and more fun. For example, there were new posts in the All Heaven talismans forum almost every day. For some immortals who liked to gamble, the All Heaven forum undoubtedly became the center of attention. A holy land. Soon after, a few exceptionally beautiful women appeared. They fought against each other with everything they had, wishing to display themselves in front of the 3 grand immortals and obtain the qualifications to become true inheritors. Guzzy's live streaming room was flooded with comments as soon as the girls appeared. Brother Dog, it's time to move. You have to keep your word. Find a tricky angle. Watch carefully. Guzzy grinned and quietly approached the high platform. At this time, 2 girls happened to be fighting in the air, and they were both wearing skirts. Guzzy made a prompt decision and raised the All Heaven talisman. At the same time, dozens of arms behind him raised the All Heaven talisman at the same time. Do you see it? Do you see it? Tell me loudly. What color is it? Guzzy shouted excitedly. 666. It's white. Damn it. Brother Guzzy, run. If you're discovered by the 3 grand Unity immortals, you'll lose your life. That's why it's exciting. Brother Guzzy will give you a fairy boat as a reward. Damn it. What's that black thing? What black? It's white. Wait. Brother Guzzy, shift the camera to a 35-degree angle right now. Yes, yes, yes. There's something over there. Zoom in and see what it is. Guzzy was slightly taken aback when he saw those comments. Subconsciously, he shifted the camera and zoomed in. As a result, hiss! He gasped on the spot. The live stream room was in an uproar. It's that big demonic ape. Brother Guzzy, you've won the lottery. Ha ha ha! I didn't expect to see that senior in your live stream room today. Brother Guzzy, do you have any last words? Who do you want to tell? Tell us. Brother Guzzy, I'm going to inherit all your legacy in the All Heavens Forum. Shut the hell up, you bunch of dog fans. Give me some tips right now. I'll do whatever I can and live stream for you today. Guzzy was not afraid at all. Instead, he was trembling with excitement. Since he was the first streamer who found Ning Chi, the other streamers immediately broadcasted his point of view. In less than 3 breaths, the All Heavens live streaming platform was in an uproar again. Wave after wave of traffic surged in. On the screen, a giant ape with black hair was walking step by step through the void. The ape's arms reached his knees and were placed on both sides. He didn't show off at all when he walked. His eyes were bloodshot, and he looked a little lifeless. Looking closely, one could see that the ape was surrounded by black smoke. He seemed to be heading in the direction of the conference. Then, the 3 primordial immortals seemed to sense a strange aura. They all looked up and their bodies stiffened. Cold sweat oozed out of their pores. One by one, the immortals noticed the giant ape that Ning Qi had transformed into. The immortals who were fighting were the last to notice it. When they did, they were so frightened that they fell to the ground. "Don't move!" A voice rang in the ears of the millions of immortals present. Even without the primordial immortal's reminder, no one dared to move. In less than a moment, the giant ape had arrived in front of the crowd. Although he was standing in the void, he was very close to the crowd. The three primordial immortals happened to be the closest to Ning Qi. They were less than 100 feet away from Ning Qi's feet. Their breathing became rapid, but no one moved. Chapter 2979. Ning Qi, who had transformed into a giant ape, stood quietly in the void. His murky, blood-red eyes, which seemed to have no intelligence, slowly moved along with the movement of his neck, looking around. When his gaze swept across every immortal present, they felt their dantian tighten and shiver run down their spines. They maintained their previous expressions and didn't dare to move in the slightest, fearing that Ning Qi would misunderstand as a provocation. If that happened, they wouldn't be able to reason with him even if they died. This scene was being broadcasted by all the live streaming platforms. Look, just like before, this senior seems to be looking for someone. She should be his daughter. Unfortunately, after the battle that day, the little girl in his arms disappeared. I don't know if she was taken away by the owner of the jade finger or the owner of the meaty palm. I have a feeling that the latter might not be a good person. If he's really just looking for someone, then the streamer and the others won't be in any danger. Brother Go, do you dare come closer? Bullet comments kept popping up in Brother Go's live streaming room. Some people who wanted to see the world in chaos kept using GIFs to encourage Brother Go to come closer and pat Ning Qi up close. Although Guzzi was bold enough to travel all over the world and even visit some forbidden places after he entered the live streaming industry, he didn't dare to approach Ning Qi anymore. It was his limit to hold the All-Heaven Talisman steadily. Ancestral Planet, Mystic Sword Sect, Missing Moon Peak, Saint Concubine Cold Sky, Li Xian, and Ing Jinchuan sat in a room and watched the live stream in the All-Heaven Talisman with pale faces. During the battle on Ancestral Planet, Saint Concubine Cold Sky and Li Xian didn't see the live stream because they were still in seclusion. They didn't know about it until Ing Jinchuan and the others returned to Ancestral Planet. As for the others, they only heard about it after several years. But they didn't know that the main character was Ning Qi and Ning Beixian. They all secretly guessed the origin of the giant ape monster. Many monkeys and demons in the immortal realm gained a lot of benefits because of this, and no one dared to provoke them. In the entire Missing Moon Peak, apart from the three women, only perfected being Jiao and the monkey knew Ning Qi's identity. Long-armed Ape had some guesses, but he never got an accurate answer. "I'll go find him." Saint Concubine Cold Sky slowly stood up and said, "Sister, Beixian has already lost his consciousness. He might not recognize us. If we go there rashly, I'm afraid even we will be in danger." Li Xian said rationally, "Big sister Li Xian is right. Big brother has temporarily lost his mind. But don't worry, sister-in-law. With Big brother's current cultivation, even the elders of the Heavenly Dao clan in the immortal world wouldn't dare to show themselves. No one can harm him. Perhaps after a period of time, Big brother will regain his consciousness." "Yes," Ing Jinchuan said. "I'm just afraid that if this continues, Beixuan's consciousness will be destroyed by the demonic aura." A look of determination flashed through her eyes. "I'm going to find him. I believe he remembers me. Sister-in-law, Big brother will leave that planet soon. With his speed, even if we get there, we won't be able to see him." Ing Jinchuan smiled bitterly. "The young lady is right." A voice rang out behind the three women. Hearing this, the three women slowly stood up and looked towards the owner of the voice. The green-robed elder walked over with his hands behind his back. Looking at the image on the All-Heaven Talisman, he shook his head slowly. "You won't be able to catch up to him. His current strength is already at the peak of the Tao querying realm, which is what you call a third step expert. Even during the Great War of the Immortals and Demons, there weren't many experts. Each of them was second only to the great sages of the various races. Senior, please help us. Saint Concubine Cold Sky suddenly bowed. Ingjin Xuan and Li Exian paused and hurriedly bowed as well. The green-robed elder was undoubtedly the most mysterious being on the homeworld. Even the black and white impermanents, Qing Guangwang, the little girl, the meaty palm, the jade finger, and the others who had appeared in the battle on the central planet did not think that the green-robed elder's true strength was any weaker than them. If he was willing to help, there was a great chance that Ning Qi could regain his consciousness instead of wandering aimlessly in every corner of the immortal world. I can't help him, but if he can come to the ancestral star, I can try. The green-robed elder shook his head slightly. Senior, can't you leave the ancestral star? Li Exian's eyes flickered. That's right. I promised someone that unless he comes back, I will guard the ancestral star for the rest of my life and never leave it. The green-robed elder said faintly. Then do you know where Hao Tian went, Senior? Saint Concubine Cold Sky asked slowly. Sigh. Little Hao Tian must have been taken away by one of those two. If it's the former, it's fine, but if it's the palm's owner. But don't worry, I've planted a seed in little Hao Tian. It doesn't matter if she's in this world or somewhere else. If something bad happens to her, I'll be able to sense it. At the very least, she's in a good state now. The green-robed elder sighed softly. It's good that little Hao Tian is fine. She's so smart. She'll find her way back as long as there's a chance. Li Exian smiled. Ingjin Xuan also looked at the Saint Concubine Cold Sky and said, Sister-in-law, since Senior has said so, don't worry too much. I believe little Hao Tian is blessed by the heavens. It seems that you have made up your mind to look for him. Fine. I may not be able to leave the ancestral star, but you can take this jade scroll. It contains a strand of my power. Crush it when you are in danger, and it might save your life. The green-robed old man looked her up and down, then shook his head and took out a jade slip, tossed it to her, and left with his hands clasped behind his back. Thank you, Senior. Saint Concubine Cold Sky held the jade, slipped tightly, and thanked the old man's back. Since Big Sister wants to go, I'll go with you, Li Exian said. Pausing for a moment, she looked at Ingjin Xuan. Jinxuan, you should stay in the Xianjian sect. You are, after all, a sect master. You have to watch over the moon missing peak. And that monkey, he is too mischievous. If you have a good relationship with him, you'll be able to suppress him. Otherwise, other than that, Senior, no one else in the Xianjian sect will be able to suppress him. Catch that monkey. Ingjin Xuan opened her mouth, but eventually nodded helplessly. If possible, she was willing to follow the two girls to find Ning Qi. On the missing moon peak, after the green-robed old man returned to the courtyard, he said indifferently, Come out. Master, he is my disciple. Ancestor, Yu Qing's figure appeared. I know, so what? The green-robed elder said indifferently. With your strength, you definitely have the ability to save him. Ancestor Yu Qing's expression was somewhat solemn. Chapter 2980. Is he really unable to do anything? Old Ancestor Yu Qing had a disappointed look on his face. After a while, seeing that the green-robed old man did not say anything, Elder Yu Qing disappeared expressionlessly. Monkey, if you don't leave my courtyard, you can stay here with me from now on. The green-robed old man suddenly said. Not far away, a seemingly ordinary stone suddenly underwent a slight change. Wukong smiled and cupped his hands at the green-robed old man, then turned around and jumped out. Although this monkey is the spirit of the secret realm, he's still far from Senior Brother. The green-robed old man suddenly shook his head, and then the courtyard fell into silence. The giant ape that Ning Qi transformed into did not stay for long. When he left again, the three primordial Unity Immortals and the Immortals present heaved a sigh of relief. Sure enough, He's just looking for someone. It's a blessing for the immortal world that such an existence has lost his mind but did not kill the innocent. Otherwise, with his means, blood will flow everywhere he goes. It's a blessing to be able to see this senior at such a close distance this time. After Ningqi left, the atmosphere became more heated, and the sound of discussion could be heard incessantly. At this moment, Brother Go gritted his teeth and suddenly soared into the sky, chasing after Ningqi. When the others saw this scene, they could not help but be surprised. What's that guy going to do? Catch up with that senior and become his disciple? He's thinking too much. That senior has lost his mind now. If he accidentally causes a misunderstanding, I'll admit defeat if even a strand of his hair is left, let alone becoming his disciple. Everyone shook their heads, and a trace of mockery flashed in their eyes. Brother Go's action was very bold and very stupid. However, Brother Go's live streaming room was in an uproar at this moment, and the number of his fans kept rising. Brother Go was originally a small streamer with only 100,000 fans, but after he caught up with Ningqi, the number of his fans had exceeded 300,000. At this rate, he would become a big streamer in the future. Wait, Brother Go is mighty. If he catches up with the senior, Brother Go must be careful. The senior has lost his mind now, so don't provoke him. Apart from the bullet screen, there were also messages of gifts. However, Guzzi had no time to pay attention to the live stream now. He was very nervous and tried his best to chase after Ningqi. Finally, he saw Ningqi's back. At this moment, the live stream room exploded. Many viewers approved of Brother Go's courage to risk his life for the live stream. Their approval was reflected in the huge number of gifts. Meanwhile, Heaven Dao Pavilion. In the hall at the top of the 9 steps to heaven, the little girl sat in the middle while Jiang Tianche and the rest sat around her. Their expressions were ugly because the little girl's temper had become more and more irritable over the past few years. She would yell and scold at the slightest provocation. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before she could kill everyone in the Heaven Dao Pavilion. You still can't contact Lord Skytree? The girl withdrew her gaze from the All-Heaven Talisman. The live streaming room she was in happened to be Guzzi's. Senior, I can't contact him. Jiang Tianche cupped his fists and said with difficulty, You can't contact him, and I can't contact him either. So, am I going to be trapped in this barren land of yours? The little girl laughed coldly and looked at the All-Heaven Talisman again. A look of hatred flashed across her eyes. If not for this monkey, she would have completed the mission that Jiang Tianshu had given her and returned to the Shenlua world. She wouldn't have to stay in this barren place where the spiritual energy was so thin. Senior, I have a suggestion. One of the elders from the Meng family suddenly spoke. What suggestion? The little girl looked at him calmly. This demon ape has already lost its consciousness, and it still has the heart of the demon ancestor. If we can set a trap to trap him, smack! Before the elder from the Meng family could finish his sentence, a crisp slap rang out in the hall. Then a small palm print appeared on his face. Everyone was shocked and looked at the little girl in fear. Many of the elders felt extremely humiliated. Before the little girl came, they were already the most powerful beings in the immortal world. They controlled the vast immortal world. Since when did they have to suffer such humiliation? The elder from the Meng family lowered his head slowly with a red face and said nothing. You want to use me as a tool to kill this ape so that you can share the benefits? What a joke. Lord Tianshu actually wants to bring people like you to the Shenlua world to participate in the myriad race war. Ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. When I contact Lord Tianshu, I'll suggest to him to give up. You bunch of trash want to go to the Shenlua world. Dream on. The little girl laughed coldly. Her laughter echoed in the hall, causing everyone to feel a chill in their hearts. Their faces turned pale. If they were really deprived of the right to go to the Shenlua world, they would never have the chance to reach the 3rd step in their lives. Senior, his brain isn't working well. Please forgive him. Jiang Tianche smiled and cupped his hands. Perhaps because he had a close relationship with Jiang Tianshu, the little girl did not give face to anyone in the Tiandao family. However, she would give some face to Jiang Tianche and would not humiliate him excessively. However, that was only limited to Jiang Tianche. As for Jiang Yuanxin and Jiang Jianba, although they were both elders of the Jiang family, they enjoyed the same treatment in front of the little girl. The treatment they received was no different from that of the other elders. If you make such a stupid suggestion again, I'll kill you directly, the little girl said calmly. Isn't it because you don't dare to provoke that big demon ape? What are you being so arrogant for? The elder of the Meng family thought viciously. Senior, what do you think we should do now? The ancient immortal clan is already making some moves. King Qin Guangwang was in charge of the underworld back then, so he definitely knows where the souls of many ancient immortals are hiding. If we give him some time, I'm afraid a batch of ancient immortals will return to the immortal world. What does your business have to do with me? The internal strife of any small clan in the Shenlua world is more terrifying than the so-called Great War of the immortals and demons. Do you think I'll help you deal with those ancient immortals? From today onwards, I'll be in seclusion. Call me when you can contact Lord Tianshu. As for other matters, don't bother me. The little girl snorted coldly and disappeared on the spot. After she disappeared for a full 10 breaths, an elder in the hall mustered up his courage and asked, What do we do now? Although King Qin Guangwang has yet to recover his cultivation, Fan Wujiu is one of the legendary Yin commanders of the underworld. He's already a 3rd-step cultivator. If we really fight, we won't be able to leave the Heaven Dao Pavilion. If we can't leave the Heaven Dao Pavilion, wouldn't our Heavenly Dao family be no match for them? In that case, I can only muddy the waters a little more. Chapter 2981. That's right. If it's just us, the ancient immortal clan will focus all their attention on us. Jiang Tianche nodded slowly. Everyone had already guessed his intention. Many elders' eyes flickered as they nodded slightly. However, there were a few who disagreed, such as the elders of the Ji family. One of the elders of the Ji family, Ji Pingxian, said slowly, If that's the case, the immortal world will inevitably be plunged into misery and suffering. What does that have to do with us? The immortals in the immortal world have more or less the blood of the ancient immortals in their veins. They're not on the same path as our Tiandao family. As long as we protect our disciples, no matter how chaotic the immortal world is, it'll still be beneficial to us. As long as we can hold on until Patriarch Skytree returns, all of the ancient immortals will perish. Jiang Tianche's eyes flickered as he looked at Ji Pingxian. Ji Pingxian remained silent for 3 breaths before he lowered his head slowly and stopped speaking. Clearly, he had tacitly agreed with Jiang Tianche's words. Then, dozens of elders left the hall and arrived in front of a mountain in the depths of the Heaven Dao Pavilion. The mountain looked pitch black from afar, but it had a glimmer of light to it. Up close, it looked like a huge mountain made of metal. The metal on it exuded a faint, sealing aura that even ancient Transformation Realm elders couldn't touch. Even the elders of the ancient Transformation Realm found it difficult to breathe when they got closer. When the demon clan's continent was shattered, the largest fragment was sealed by this demon, subduing mountain. As long as we work together to destroy the upper corner, the demons on that fragment will connect with the other fragments of the demon clan's continent. At that time, with their strength, it won't be long before they find another passage to descend. The world of near celestial. Jiang Tianche said calmly, Big brother, so many years have passed. If the demon race has already appeared on this largest fragment of the demon race's continent, wouldn't the pressure on our Tiandao family be even greater when they descend? Jiang Yuanxin looked at the demon suppression mountain with a hint of fear in his eyes. Even though the demon subduing mountain was located in the Heaven Dao Pavilion, Jiang Tianshu had purposely set it up. The demon-subduing mountain was actually located in the most remote place in the immortal world. Even if they were to head there at full speed, it would take them hundreds of years to reach that place. The purpose of placing the demon suppression mountain in the Heaven Dao Pavilion was for Jiang Tianche and the other elders to guard it. This was to prevent the ancient immortal clan from destroying the demon suppression mountain on purpose and releasing the demon race. However, they did not expect that they would have to release the demon race with their own hands. They wanted to help the demons strike the ancient immortal clan. As long as we continue to cultivate in seclusion in the Heaven Dao Pavilion, the ancient immortal clan will naturally step forward to fight against the demon race. No matter what, we will not be involved in the war. Jiang Tianche said calmly, Brother Tian Su is right. The Heaven Dao Pavilion is inherited from Patriarch Tianshu. Neither the ancient immortals nor the demons will be able to find us. As long as we stall for time and settle the war in the immortal world, the ancient immortals won't be a threat for at least 100 years. Shenluo world and the immortal world are no longer important. One of the elders of the Ding family said calmly, If that's the case, let's not waste any more time. Let's join forces. All right, the demon suppression mountain had been suppressing the fragment of the demon race's continent from afar. It did not have a strong internal defense. Otherwise, it would not have been placed in the Heaven Dao Pavilion. Therefore, when Jiang Tianche and dozens of elders joined forces to attack the demon suppression mountain, they easily broke a corner of the mountain. The aura of the demon suppression mountain instantly became chaotic. Then, clouds of thick black fog surged out from it. What's going on? Why is there demonic aura? A few of the elders revealed shocked expressions. Jiang Yuanshin lost his voice and said, I'm afraid that a third step supreme being has already appeared on the fragment of the demon race's continent. They are also trying to break free from the demon suppression mountain suppression. They might be on the other side now. We broke a corner of the demon suppression mountain and created a gap for them. The demonic aura surged out from the demon suppression mountain through the air. It's just demonic aura. Jiang Tianche snorted coldly. He gently waved his hand and suppressed the demonic aura. Everyone was shocked that the demonic aura would appear from the demon suppression mountain. In reality, the demonic aura was not strong. However, just as Jiang Tianche suppressed the demonic aura, an extremely terrifying roar came from within. In an instant, all the disciples of the Heaven Dao Pavilion heard it. Ha ha ha! Today, I defeated the Heaven Demon Lord and finally broke the space barrier. I'll repay the humiliation I suffered previously. Listen to my command. Gather the 9 heavens and 10 earths and the demon race's continent. What's that sound? Defeated the Heaven Demon Lord? Who's that? Where are the elders? The disciples in the Heaven Dao Pavilion, regardless of what they were doing, all stopped what they were doing and looked around in fear. In front of the demon suppression mountain, Jiang Yuanshin's face was a little pale. An ancient book suddenly appeared in his hand. He flipped the pages and pointed at one of the pages. He defeated the Heaven Demon Lord and formed the true demon body. During the Great War of the Immortals and Demons, he killed 33 third-step ancient immortals and 33 third-step ancient immortals from the Tiandao clan. He devoured their flesh and blood and transformed the true demon body into the 9 refinement true demon body, reaching the peak of the third-step ancient immortal body. After that, he fought with true Lord Erling Xianxing of the ancient immortal family and was almost suppressed by true Lord Erling Xianxing. After that, dozens of third-step ancient immortals from the Tiandao clan worked together to set up a death trap. Both of them were killed on the spot. Why is this ancient demon still alive? Wasn't he suppressed by our patriarch? The elders' faces were as pale as Jiang Yuanshin's. If such an existence was released and Jiang Tianshu did not come personally, he would be even more terrifying than the great demon ape after it regained its consciousness. He would be invincible in the immortal world. Even the little girl would not be a match for him. Perhaps this is just the inheritance of the defeated Heaven Demon Lord and not his true self. Don't worry, he won't be able to find the Heaven Dao Pavilion anyway. Jiang Tianche snorted coldly with an expressionless face. He turned around and left. The devil Qi and voice on Demon Suppression Mountain had already disappeared. It was just the appearance of a phenomenon. The owner of the voice was still on the fragment of the devil race's continent. It would take some time for him to reach the immortal world. The elders looked at each other. Finally, they looked at the Demon Suppression Mountain with a solemn expression and turned to leave. Brother Go, hurry up. You're going to lose him soon. Chapter 2982. Countless immortals were watching Brother Go's live stream on the All Heavens live streaming platform. His fans had long surpassed 1 million and were approaching 2 million. Brother Go didn't even look and followed behind Ning Qi, panting heavily. Ning Qi was only walking slowly, but a peak golden immortal like him couldn't keep up even with all his might. During this time, Ning Qi would stop for a while whenever he came across a planet. He seemed to be looking for someone. Then he would leave without harming the immortals on the planet. Therefore, many immortals who had determined Ning Qi's route were excited and made preparations when they learned that Ning Qi was likely to visit their planet. 2 women walked out of one of the teleportation arrays on a level 5 planet. Sister, this is Luo Xian planet. Bei Xian should be passing by. Li Xian smiled at Sacred Concubine Cold Sky. Sacred Concubine Cold Sky nodded. When the 2 of them walked out of the teleportation array, many immortals who passed by subconsciously stopped in their tracks and looked at the 2 women. The 2 women's auras were among the best on the Civ immortal planet, and they even surpassed them. Apart from that, Li Xian had broken through to Golden Immortal during seclusion over the past few hundred years. When she passed 12 immortal bone tribulations, the disciples of Mystic Sword Sect were shocked. Sacred Concubine Cold Sky, on the other hand, had also broken through to early Golden Immortal due to her cultivation of the Warden Dragon Elephant art. After the 2 broke through, the ancestral patriarchs of the sects on Ancestral Planet discussed in private that the Mystic Sword Sect's fortune would probably far surpass Yuqing schools. Ladies, you look unfamiliar. Is this your first time on Luo Xian planet? Suddenly, an extremely handsome young master walked up to the 2 girls with a few servants and smiled. This person's aura was at the peak Golden Immortal stage, and the servants behind him were also at the Heavenly Immortal stage. The surrounding immortals' expressions changed when they saw this handsome young man. He was the youngest peak lord of the number 1 sect on Civ Immortal Planet, the Snow Reverend sect Luo Sheng. Luo Xian planet was a level 5 planet. But compared to the Ancestral Star, there were only 3 sects that had great Luo Golden Immortals. And the strongest among them was the Snow Worshipping sect, which had 3 great Luo patriarchs, while the other 2 sects only had 2. On one hand, Luo Sheng was the youngest peak lord of the Snow Worshipping sect. On the other hand, he was the most talented true disciple of the Snow Worshipping sect. At such a young age, he already had many disciples and grand-disciples. Sister, let's go. Li Xian didn't even look at Luo Sheng as she smiled at the Sacred Concubine. The Saint Concubine smiled, then turned and left with Li Xian, completely ignoring Luo Sheng the entire time. Those 2 girls don't seem to know young Master Luo Sheng's identity. Many passing immortals thought to themselves. There are also quite a few female immortals who looked at Li Xian and Saint Consort Cold Sky with enmity, sneering in their hearts. Luo Sheng stood where he was and looked at the backs of the 2 women. Although his expression didn't change, a trace of anger flashed in the depths of his eyes. Stop right there, the 2 of you. Why are you ignoring the peak leader's question? Suddenly, a servant behind Luo Sheng took a step forward and shouted at the 2 women. Do I have to answer his question? What a big deal. Li Xian paused and turned to look at the servant. With a flash of her sword, the servant's head fell to the ground. blood gushing out from his neck. SSS! The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air as they looked at Li Exan in disbelief. This woman actually killed Luo Sheng's servant just because of a disagreement? Wasn't that openly opposing the snow-worshipping sect? Peak leader. Her? The remaining servants stared at Luo Sheng with their mouths agape. Xiano, let's go. Don't waste time here. It won't be good if we miss Bei Xian. The saint concubine said to Li Xian. Li Xian nodded. Seeing the two women about to leave, Luo Sheng finally regained his composure. With a slight movement, he appeared in front of the two women and said with a cold face, "The two of you killed my servant and want to leave? What kind of person do you think I, Luo Sheng, am? Sigh, these two fairies are in danger." Of all people, they provoked Luo Sheng. Junior sister, remember, when you're outside, don't be as willful as you are in the sect. Otherwise, you'll offend people you shouldn't. A group of young prodigies walked over. Despite their young age, they were all golden immortals. It was easy to imagine which sect's geniuses they were from. Among the group of geniuses, an honest-looking youth who looked like the eldest senior brother lectured a woman beside him. "Eldest senior brother, I know. I'm not that stupid," the woman said coquettishly. More and more immortals gathered here, including many geniuses from the Civ immortal planet, as well as geniuses from the outside world. Normally, this huge city under the jurisdiction of the snow-worshipping sect wouldn't have so many young geniuses gathered here. But this time, many people received news that Ning Qi in his giant ape form would pass by. They wanted to get a closer look at the aura that far surpassed the Emperor realm. That was why they came. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of figures dressed in snow-white clothes flew over and landed beside Luo Sheng. "Peak Lord, what's going on?" Their expressions were solemn. The cultivation of this group ranged from early Sky Immortal to Peak Sky Immortal. They were all disciples of Luo Sheng's mountain peak. "Who do you think you are?" "A stranger, of course. Who do you think you are?" "Today, my sister and I have important matters to attend to. Put away your filthy thoughts, and I can spare your life," Li Xian said coldly. Although she had just broken through to early Golden Immortal, she was the #1 on the Sky Immortal rankings. Her methods and combat strength were extremely strong. Luo Sheng was just a genius from a remote place. Although he was a peak Golden Immortal, Li Xian didn't fear him at all. Moreover, there was still the sacred concubine, whose combat strength might be even stronger than hers. Luo Sheng was present. When Luo Sheng heard Li Xian's words, he couldn't suppress the anger in his heart. "I don't care where you come from. Since you came to my Civ immortal planet, even if you are a dragon, you have to behave. You killed my servant for no reason. If I, Luo Sheng, don't teach you a lesson today, wouldn't others think that I, Luo Sheng, am weak and easy to bully?" As soon as he finished speaking, the sacred concubine's figure moved slightly. She seemed to have disappeared for an instant and then reappeared at her original spot. At the same time, Luo Sheng suddenly coughed out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying, crashing into the group of snow-worshipping sect disciples. "What's going on? That woman is stronger than Luo Sheng. Seems like she's also a genius from some sect." Everyone was shocked. When they looked at the sacred concubine and Li Xian again, their gazes had already changed greatly. There was fear and shock in their eyes. "Peak Lord, are you all right?" "I'm fine." Before Luo Sheng could finish speaking, he coughed out a mouthful of blood. He felt as if his internal organs were being scorched by fire. It was incomparably painful. On his chest, there was an incomparably distinct palm print. Chapter 2983. Originally, the surroundings were filled with onlookers, but wherever the two girls passed, they instantly made way for them. Even Luo Sheng was heavily injured by the two girls, and the strongest immortal present was much weaker than Luo Sheng. Who would dare to stop them? They must be remnants of the ancient immortals. Only remnants of the ancient immortals would act like demons. Luo Sheng glared venomously at the two women's backs, then crushed a jade slip in his hand. I've already invited the forefather of the sect. Please, young prodigies, help stop these two remnants of the ancient immortals. Remnants of the ancient immortals? Isn't Luo Sheng a little too narrow-minded? He's become an ancient immortal remnant just like that? But since he's invited the forefather of the sect, he must be a grand Luo. These two fairies are in danger today. Many passers-by looked puzzled. However, many golden immortals who'd wanted to curry favor with the Snow Reverence sect and make friends with Luo Sheng exchanged glances. After a brief discussion, they all moved to block the Saint's cold sky and the Xian's path. You too. It's best if you don't leave before we get to the bottom of things. A late-stage golden immortal spoke politely. He wouldn't have dared to stop the Saint's cold sky and the Xian if he was alone, but there were a dozen golden immortals with him. In his opinion, even if he couldn't beat the two women, he could at least delay them until the forefather of the Snow Reverence sect arrived. When that happened, he'd have done a great service and gained the favor of a grand Luo. Luo Sheng rose to his feet with the help of his disciples and approached the Saint's cold sky and the Xian. He glared venomously at the two women. Immortal Emperor Langya once issued an imperial edict that the remnants of the ancient immortal clans are stirring. I suspect that you too are the remnants of the ancient immortal clans. Once the forefather of the Snow Reverence sect arrives and personally verifies your identities, we'll settle the score. Slandering and slandering? Is that all you've got? If the geniuses of such a remote place are all lowlifes like you, then that's it. Li Xian said coldly. Many elites blushed. Eldest senior brother, why don't we speak up and persuade them? It's just a misunderstanding. These two big sisters don't seem to be remnants of the ancient immortal clan at all. If Luo Sheng slandered them like this, wouldn't that ruin their reputation and innocence? This, all right, I'll try. A group of young geniuses walked into the field, and the leader of the group was a simple and honest-looking man. He cupped his hands towards Luo Sheng and said, Brother Luo, these two fairies don't look like the remnants of ancient immortals. It's just a small misunderstanding. Why don't you give me some face and let it go? This person is. He seems to be the chief disciple of the White Dragon sect. Oh, his name is Wu Gang, right? I remember now. Although the White Dragon School is also one of the 3 great schools on Civ Immortal Planet, the head heir, Wu Gang, has a cultivation that is slightly weaker than Luo Sheng's. He can't even compare to the other school. It can be said to be the weakest of the 3 great schools. Wu Gang. Luo Sheng looked at the simple and honest-looking man, and a trace of disdain flashed across his eyes. You want to plead for these 2 remnants of ancient immortals? Wu Gang laughed. It's not that I want to plead for them. I just don't think there's a need to make such a big deal out of this, then scram. The matters of my snow-worshipping sect are not for your White Dragon School to interfere. Luo Sheng said rudely. Hey, how can you say that? How rude. My eldest senior brother is the head heir of the White Dragon School. The girl beside Wu Gang said angrily. The other young geniuses were also disciples of the White Dragon School. Their expressions did not look too good when they saw Wu Gang being humiliated by Luo Sheng. Brother Luo, you're wrong. Wu Gang's expression turned serious. I'm wrong? Looks like you've also been bewitched by the appearance of these 2 bitches. You want to go against me because of them? Luo Sheng sneered. Bitches? The Saint's cold sky and Li Xian's expressions changed when they heard this. In the next moment, the 2 of them attacked, and a terrifying aura swept out from them, enveloping Luo Sheng and the disciples of the Snow Worship sect behind him. These 2 girls are really vicious. A voice sounded in the air. Then, the 2 girls' attacks were easily neutralized by an old man. The old man landed beside Luo Sheng and looked at the saint concubine and Li Exan with a faint smile. Middle stage, perfected golden immortal? Li Exan and the saint concubine looked at the old man. From his aura, they could judge the old man's cultivation level. Their eyes revealed a trace of seriousness. However, they were not afraid. This time, they had the old man's jade token. If they really encountered danger, they could crush it and fight against an emperor realm existence. But that jade token was given to the saint concubine by the old man to guard against Ning Qi, who had lost his mind. Unless it was absolutely necessary, the saint concubine would not use it for other purposes. Master, Luo Sheng hurriedly cupped his hands in greeting. At the same time, he felt a lingering fear. If the old man had not arrived in time, he would have been heavily injured by the two girls. Snow-worshipping ancestor Qi Tianran has come personally? Everyone was shocked and hurriedly cupped their hands in greeting. Wu Gang greets, snow-worshipping ancestor. Wu Gang, and the others bowed to the old man as well. Whether or not they were on the same side, golden immortals had to bow when they saw Grand Luo. If they did not understand etiquette, Grand Luo had the right to kill them on the spot. At ease, everyone. Qi Tianran waved his hand, then looked at the two girls. What sect are you from, and who is your master? Why did you suddenly attack my disciples? Master, I suspect that they are remnants of the ancient immortals. Luo Sheng hurriedly said. Oh, then we'll have to look into it. You too, come with me to the snow-worshipping sect. Qi Tianran chuckled. Big sister, we have no choice but to fight. Li Exan looked at the saint concubine. The saint concubine nodded with a slightly serious expression. They had to wait for Ning Qi here. If they went to the snow-worshipping sect, would they not miss this opportunity? The other party clearly did not intend to reason with them, and words were useless. They could only fight. Ning Qi had left them many sage items, and if they used all their trump cards, they might be able to defeat this Grand Luo. Fight? Wu Gang inhaled sharply, while the passers-by looked at the two girls as if they were crazy. They planned to fight the Grand Luo Patriarch as golden immortals? Aren't they courting death? They must have some extraordinary background, or why would they not fear a Grand Luo and even want to fight? Clearly, Qi Tianran had thought of that as well. His eyes twitched, and he asked the two girls, which planet did you come from, and what is the name of your sect? Chapter 2984. The expressions of Qi Tianran and the others immediately changed. Their bodies froze. That was because Ning Qi was standing in the air above the city, sizing them up with cold, blood-red eyes. In the distance, two origin immortal patriarchs walked out of the snow-worshipping sect and stared at Ning Qi with apprehension and fear in their eyes. It's Senior Great Demonic Ape. I didn't come to sifting immortal planet in vain. Many geniuses were excited. They rushed to the Civ immortal planet just to see Ning Qi and feel the aura of an existence that far surpassed the Emperor realm. A faint pressure emanated from Ning Qi's body, making it hard for the nearby immortals to breathe. Brothers, I finally caught up with you. Where's your gift? Guzi sent a message to Zhang Han complacently. He didn't dare to broadcast, lest Ning Qi misunderstand. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Brother Go's live broadcast room was instantly filled with comments. Thank you, Brother Go. Brother Go, come visit me when you have time. I'll introduce a fairy to you. Brother Go, can you come closer and ask Senior Great Demonic Ape if he accepts disciples? Help me ask too, sister. Li Exan looked at Saint Cold Sky excitedly, only to find that she was already flying toward Ning Qi. This scene was witnessed by Luo Sheng and the others, causing them to be astounded. That woman really is a lunatic? Will she anger Senior Great Demonic Ape and kill us? Someone stop her. Everyone was shocked and fearful, but there was also a hint of anger in their hearts. Master, This woman is a remnant of the ancient immortals. She wants to kill us." Luo Sheng looked at Qi Tianran with anger. Before Qi Tianran could speak, Li Xian also flew up and caught up with St. Cold Sky. The two flew toward Ning Qi side by side. "Crazy! These two women are crazy." Cold sweat broke out on everyone's foreheads. They wanted to escape, but they didn't dare. Many of them had already regretted coming to Sifting Immortal Planet. There, Qi Tianran looked dignified, but a trace of suspicion arose in his heart. He felt that these two women were not crazy at all. There must be a deeper meaning behind their actions. Brother Go also noticed this scene, and his body stiffened in midair. However, due to his professionalism, he didn't forget to give the Saint Concubine and Li Xian a close-up. What the hell? Who were these two women? How dare you? Are they going to be apprenticed to a master? Senior Li Xian. Among the comments, there were actually Li Xian's junior brothers who recognized Li Xian through the All Heavens Live streaming platform. Apart from this, the group of people who were brought to the immortal world from Earth and were still alive also saw Li Xian because they had the heaven talismans. They were greatly shocked. They had no idea why Li Xian would appear here and even dare to get close to the terrifying ape. Li Xian, does anyone recognize those two women? Li Xian is my senior sister. Of course I recognize her. Before the Heavenly Dao clan appeared, she was the #1 existence on the Heavenly Immortal list. #1 on the Heavenly Immortal rankings, Li Xian? I remember. She used to be my dream lover. I didn't expect her to be so beautiful. Who's the other woman? Since she's with Li Xian, she must be a famous sovereign, right? Does anyone recognize her? I don't know. I don't know either. I don't know her. The comments in the live streaming room exploded. However, Brother Go wasn't in the mood. He wanted to turn around and leave. During this period of time, he had been following Ning Qi. He had a vague understanding of Ning Qi's current state. This was a terrifying existence that had lost his mind and only had some kind of obsession. If he was not provoked, he might continue searching in the immortal world like this. But if he was stimulated by the outside world, who knew whether he would turn into the raging ape in the battle on the central planet? Ning Qi's eyes moved slowly. At the same time, the Saint Concubine and Li Xian also flew to the same place as him. Their eyes met in midair. The immortals in the huge city below became extremely nervous. They even slowed down their breathing and held their breath. They prayed in their hearts that the two women wouldn't provoke Ning Qi. Those two bitches should have been killed just now. It's a pity that Master was too slow. Luo Sheng clenched his fists, his eyes filled with hatred. From his point of view, if he were to be killed by these two women today, then this kind of death would be extremely innocent and he would be unwilling to accept it. Beixian, little Haoyan's master, said that she's fine and safe. Can you go back with me? Let's not look for her anymore, okay? The Saint Concubine looked at Ning Qi's face with a trace of pity in her eyes. Her voice was low, but the people below and those in the live streaming room all heard her clearly. Hiss! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air as they stared at the Saint Concubine, dumbstruck. This woman actually recognized the great demonic ape? Impossible! How is this possible? Luo Sheng murmured to himself, a trace of fear in his eyes. If the two women knew the giant ape, didn't it indirectly prove that their background was extremely terrifying? Then he had just slandered the two women as the remnants of the ancient immortals. Thinking of this, Luo Sheng couldn't help but tremble. Brother Guzi's eyes were also filled with shock. In his opinion, Senior Demonic Ape's background was extremely mysterious. However, it was obvious that the woman in front of him knew Senior Demonic Ape. Judging from her tone, they seemed to be very close. A trace of horror flashed in Qi Tianran's eyes. He tried to calm himself down and glanced at Luo Sheng, who was in boundless fear. A trace of pity flashed in his eyes. Beixian? That name is so familiar. Wait, I remember now. Number 1 on the abstruse immortal ranking, Ning Beixian? Could it be him? Impossible. The giant ape is so powerful that it could easily kill emperors. How could it be Ning Beixian? Look at the heavenly Tao ranking. His name is still on the abstruse immortal ranking. Could it be someone with the same name? Many pairs of eyes that looked at the all-heaven talisman were filled with shock and doubt. Roar! Suddenly, the giant ape that Ning Qi had transformed into let out a long howl. This howl was like a heavy hammer, directly striking at the hearts of everyone. Even through the screen, many immortals felt chills run down their spines and broke out in a cold sweat. The immortals present found it even more difficult to resist. Those with slightly lower cultivation had faint water stains on their lower bodies. Even a mid-stage perfected golden immortal, like Qi Tianran, felt his heart ache. Chapter 2985. Oh no! Li Xian's face paled when she saw this. She hurriedly transmitted her voice to her sister. Sister, crush the jade slip! Only by crushing the jade slip given by the green-robed elder could she survive Ning Qi's punch. Otherwise, even an emperor would be blown to smithereens. However, Li Xian suddenly realized that the saint concubine had no intention of crushing the jade slip. She had been staring at Ning Qi the entire time. To outsiders, the saint concubine seemed to be scared out of her wits. However, only Li Xian knew that things were not that simple. She was purposely not crushing the jade slip. She was purposely not resisting. Good. Kill her. Luo Sheng's eyes flashed with anticipation. As long as the saint concubine was killed by the great monster ape, no matter how powerful her background was, she wouldn't be able to cause trouble for him. Unfortunately, he glanced at Li Xian. If only she was within his attack range. That would solve the problem. That girl is going to die. I wonder if the great monster ape will attack the immortals on Civ Immortal Planet after killing her. Luckily, I didn't go to Civ Immortal Planet this time. Looks like I'll have to be more careful when I visit planets that are visited by the great monster ape in the future. If anyone wants to perish together with someone, all they have to do is piss off the great monster ape. Many people in Brother Go's live stream lamented. Soon, Ning Qi's fist appeared on the saint concubine's head. Li Xian's eyes widened in anger. If the saint concubine was killed by Ning Qi, even if Ning Qi regained his consciousness, what would he do? Ning Qi's fist brought with it a gale so strong that the immortals below almost couldn't open their eyes. But to everyone's surprise, Ning Qi's fist stopped an inch away from Saint Concubine Cold Sky's head. If they didn't look closely, they wouldn't have noticed it. Has the great monster ape stopped? Has he regained his consciousness? Everyone was shocked. Over at the Heaven Dao Pavilion, Jiang Tianche and the other elders were also watching the live stream. Although they had broken some of the demons subduing mountain seals, they still held a grudge against Ning Qi and didn't dare to slack off. Now that Ning Qi seemed to be regaining his consciousness, all of them were on tenterhooks. Come, if Ning Qi regains his consciousness, it will be a very bitter blow to the heavenly Dao family. Big brother, with this person's strength, if he regains his consciousness, then we'll have to call all the clan's disciples back. Jiang Yuanshin said solemnly. Not bad. Jiang Jianba nodded slowly. The elders of the other families also looked at each other. Their thoughts were similar to Jiang Yuanshin's. However, compared to the Jiang family, they were much more relaxed. In the battle on the central planet, they had already seen that the great monster ape had a deeper grudge with the Jiang family. Back then, the Jiang family had lost many great emperors. The heart of the demon ancestor contains the will of the demon ancestor. How can the consciousness of this person be recovered so easily? Jiang Tianche said calmly. Upon seeing this, the crowd continued to focus their attention on the all-heaven talisman. Beixian, do you remember? The saint concubine looked at Ning Chi with a hint of surprise in her eyes. She still believed that even if Ning Chi lost his consciousness, he would not attack her. There was finally a slight change in the expression of the giant ape that Ning Chi had transformed into. His brows were deeply furrowed, and then a trace of doubt seemed to flash through his turbid, blood-red pupils. But then, black smoke surged out of his eyes again, blinding Ning Chi's eyes. The demonic will on Ning Chi's body swelled and became stronger. Oh no! Li Xian had a glimmer of hope when she saw Ning Chi stop punching, but she immediately sensed that something was wrong. She shot toward the saint concubine like a bolt of lightning. Boom! The fist came down again, but the saint concubine was grabbed by Li Xian and flew far away. Roar! Ning Chi let out a furious roar as he flew toward the two women. At this moment, even Li Xian found that her body seemed to be locked by an aura. She was unable to move and could only watch as Ning Chi approached them. Go to hell! A hoarse voice came out of Ning Chi's mouth. His fist smashed towards the two women. Li Xian's eyes flashed with despair. The saint concubine looked at Li Xian and sighed softly. The jade slip the old man had given her was already in her hand. She did not want Li Xian to accompany her and be killed by Ning Chi. At this critical moment, a giant hand suddenly appeared in the sky, holding a black chess piece. It smashed toward Ning Chi's fist. Ning Chi's attention was immediately attracted by the chess piece. He raised his head abruptly, and his fists, which he had intended to smash the two women to death, immediately met the chess piece. Big sister, let's go. If Beixian regains his consciousness, I don't want to be the one who killed you. What if little Haoyan comes back and finds out that he has lost his mother? Li Xian realized that her aura had disappeared, and she immediately pulled the saint concubine away. The saint concubine sighed, looking at Ning Chi with a complicated expression. But she did not leave. Instead, she retreated with Li Xian for 12 miles. That hand, could it be the owner of the hand that appeared during the Central Planet War? Doesn't seem like it. Brother Go's live broadcast room was flooded with comments again, all of them speculating about the identity of the hand holding the black chess piece. Was there anyone in the world of immortals who would dare fight Senior Great Monster Ape head-on? Hey, I seem to remember. I saw this scene a long time ago. At the time I passed by a planet. I think it was a level 7 planet. I was planning to rest for a while, but I found that there was a huge battle going on there. Several Grand Unity Immortals were working together to resist a palm holding a black chess piece. This one looks exactly the same. And then, the Primordial Immortals were crushed to death by the black chess piece. In the giant city below, Qi Tianran and the others were also shocked by the sudden turn of events, all of them trying to guess the origin of the hand holding the black chess piece. Boom! Ning Chi's fist collided with the black chess piece. With a boom, the black chess piece shattered, and the hand seemed to have fractured its tendons. Remember who you are, my disciple. Don't forget who you are. A voice reverberated throughout heaven and earth. The hand had disappeared. The world was clear again. Chapter 2986. Look, Senior Demonic Ape seems to be undergoing some sort of mutation. Brother Go quickly sent a message in the live stream room. Even without his reminder, the immortals watching the live stream room could clearly see the silver dragon tattoo on Ning Chi's body from his angle. What's that? It looks like some sort of sealing technique. Wait, is there anyone from the dragon race who can explain? I'm from the dragon race, but I've never seen a silver dragon like this in the immortal world. Perhaps it's some sort of immortal art. That's impossible. For it to appear on Senior Great Monster Ape, it must be something with a strong background. Heaven Dao Pavilion. Big brother, what's that? Jiang Yuanshin looked at Jiang Tianche. Among all the elders, his elder brother had lived the longest and was the most knowledgeable. The appearance of this silver dragon tattoo gave off a very strange feeling. It was an indescribable feeling. If one were to think about it carefully, one could interpret this feeling as fear. It was something that even elders like them were afraid of, even though they were separated by a screen. What could it be? I've never seen the bloodline of the dragon race still circulating in the immortal world, including those that have appeared and those that have hidden. There are a total of 13 branches. Even the dragon race of the ancient immortal clan never had such a form. Perhaps it's a dragon form derived from the power of the great Tao and not the true dragon race. Jiang Tianche said with a serious expression. The person who attacked just now was Yu Qing from the ancestral star, right? Jiang Jianba said with an ugly expression. He's the only one who would do such a thing. Ji Pingxian nodded slowly. I didn't expect this person to have hidden himself so well. He has never left the ancestral star since the beginning of his cultivation, and no one knows who he inherited his power from. I thought he was just a mere Xian immortal, but even though he's no match for the demonic ape, he's not someone we can easily defend against. An elder of the Su family said in a deep voice, he must be an ancient immortal, and a third-step cultivator at that. However, there must be some sort of restriction on him that prevents him from leaving the ancestral star. Humph, these cowardly fellows really can't hold back and are popping out one by one. When Patriarch Skytree is free, it will be the day of their demise. But why did our Tiandao family decline after the Great War of Immortals and Demons, while the ancient immortals kept producing third-step cultivators? That's right. Could it be that none of our ancestors are cultivating in the immortal world? Finally, someone asked the question that many elders had thought about. Jiang Tianche's eyes flickered slightly, and he said indifferently, it might not be impossible. It's just that it's not the right time to appear. How can we be certain about the matters of the upper echelons? Don't forget what our clan was founded on. Heavenly Tao. Jiang Yuanqin tilted his head slightly and looked at Jiang Tianche. That's right. The Heavenly Tao is our true backer in the world of immortals. A long, long time ago, when I was just a human immortal, before the Great War of the Immortals and Demons began, my grandfather had already told me that one of my ancestors followed the Heavenly Tao to cultivate. I treated it as a legend and did not believe it. However, over time, I feel that there are clues to this matter. Could it be that the Heavenly Tree Patriarch is really not worried that the ancient immortals will return? Unless he has set up a chess piece that can allow us to turn defeat into victory. Jiang Tianche said indifferently. The atmosphere in the hall suddenly became extremely quiet. It was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Even the sound of breathing could not be heard. The elders looked at each other before they all looked at Jiang Tianche. Is this true? It's true if you believe it, and it's true if you don't. Just wait. Jiang Tianche smiled. Look, the silver dragon on that demon ape has appeared. An elder said as he looked at the all-heaven talisman with a solemn expression. The silver dragon tattoo on Ning Qi's body finally condensed and flew out of his body. His body was much larger than Ning Qi's current form. In front of the silver dragon, Ning Qi was as small as an ant, while the sacred concubine and the others were comparable to specks of dust. Big sister, there's a change. Li Xian's eyes revealed a hint of surprise. The sacred concubine was also delighted. No matter what the change was, it was enough for the two of them to look forward to seeing what was happening to Ning Qi. Perhaps these changes could help Ning Qi wake up from his unconscious state? Sai, you really know how to cause trouble. Is the heart of the demon patriarch so easy to absorb? Before reaching the peak of the third step, your consciousness will only be destroyed. The silver dragon slowly opened its mouth and looked at Ning Qi helplessly. Fortunately, your mind hasn't been completely obliterated. Fortunately, I woke up early. If I had been a few years later, you would have become a walking corpse. In the end, you would have become a demon that only knows how to kill. You would be even lower than a real demon. Unless you are lucky, you can breed a new consciousness. Only the silver dragon and Ning Chi could hear these words. To the others, the two of them were just quietly looking at each other. The demonic chi in Ning Chi's body seemed to feel provoked. With a roar, it was about to attack the silver dragon. "How dare you!" The silver dragon's eyes were filled with boundless authority. It was as though it was an important figure that stood above the heavens and earth. Before it, Ning Chi, who was at the peak of the late Tao querying realm, was but an ant. Before Ning Chi's fist could reach it, the silver dragon had already rushed into Ning Chi's sea of consciousness, and Ning Chi's movement stopped because of it. The silver dragon's body continuously entered the space between Ning Chi's eyebrows. This process lasted for around 2 hours. When its body completely entered Ning Chi's sea of consciousness, the turbid blood-red color in Ning Chi's eyes gradually faded and was replaced by silver pupils. "Where am I?" Ning Chi's eyes were filled with a hint of confusion. "Your consciousness has been crushed by the demonic will and has become a seed. It will die soon, and I can only suppress it temporarily. If you want to cleanse the demonic will, you can only seal the power in the heart of the demon patriarch. This process might take hundreds or even thousands of years. We have to find a safe place and leave this place first. The silver dragon's voice rang out in Ning Chi's sea of consciousness. "That's right. I remember it now." Ning Chi's eyes flashed with murderous intent. He had already remembered everything. He did not know if little Hao Tian had been taken away by the owner of the jade finger or the owner of the palm. "Hurry, don't dawdle," the silver dragon said again. "Wait." Ning Chi's gaze swept across and landed on Saint Concubine Cold Sky and Li Xian in the distance. Beixian, Saint Concubine Cold Sky, looked at Ning Chi with uncertainty. She seemed to see a hint of familiarity in Ning Chi's eyes. "It's me." Ning Chi nodded with a complicated expression. He had almost killed his own wife with his own hands. Senior Demon Ape has regained consciousness. Chapter 2987. Hao Qian is gone. Ning Chi said slowly. There was a tinge of guilt and self-blame in his tone. Hao Qian was snatched away from his arms, but in the end, he wasn't even sure who did it. "I know." The saint consort nodded slowly. Hao Qian's teacher said that she is safe and sound. "Don't worry too much. No one could have done anything in that situation. The old man said that she is fine." Ning Chi's eyes flickered as he heaved a sigh of relief. The green-robed old man's background was mysterious. Even now, Ning Chi didn't know what his true strength was. But Ning Chi was sure that the old man wasn't someone who knew how to comfort others. Since he said that Hao Qian was fine, Ning Chi believed him. "Let's go back to the ancestral star." The saint consort smiled. "I can't return to the ancestral star in my current condition. I must solve the problem in my body first." Ning Chi shook his head. He knew this very well. If the silver dragon couldn't suppress the demonic will in his body, he would become a mindless killing machine. Even if he developed some kind of consciousness in the future, it would be a new life like Zhu Ganglai, not Ning Chi. By then, Ning Chi didn't know what he would do or whether the ancestral star would be affected. He had so many people he cared about on the ancestral star, so he couldn't let the ancestral star fall into unknown danger. "Then I will wait for you," the saint consort said confidently. She believed that Ning Chi could solve the problem in his body, and one day he would be able to return to the ancestral star. Ning Chi nodded. Then his gaze fell on Li Xian. Without waiting for him to speak, Li Xian smiled and said, "All right, I understand. I will take good care of my sister. Don't worry and go deal with the problems in your body. But before you leave, I have something to tell you." In the giant city below, Luo Sheng's body trembled when he heard Li Xian's last sentence. He looked at Li Xian in fear and prayed in his heart. "What is it?" Ning Chi asked. "My sister and I came here to find you, but there's a guy who wants to cause trouble for us. He's no match for us, so after he beat up the young one, the old one came and wanted to take us to the snow worship sect. Li Xian smiled. Ah! A miserable howl came from below. Luo Sheng's head had already been separated from his body. Blood gushed out like a fountain. Qi Tianran grabbed Luo Sheng's head and flew up into the sky. He knelt down in front of the three people and said in a low voice, "I had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. I allowed my disciple to offend Senior and Senior's two confidants. Please forgive me, Senior." "Lung Ming, what do you think?" Ning Qi looked at Qi Tianran, then at the Saint Concubine. Saint Concubine Cold Sky's lips moved slightly. Just as she was about to say something, another chess piece fell from the sky. Qi Tianran raised his head, and a trace of fear flashed in his eyes, because he realized that the chess piece was clearly coming for him. Boom! Qi Tianran was crushed to smithereens. Following that, a few chess pieces were placed in the direction of the snow-worshipping sect. In no time at all, the huge snow-worshipping sect was reduced to rubble. After doing all this, the sky became clear again. "Master," Ning Qi smiled and shook his head. Grabbing one in each hand, he brought the Saint Concubine and Li Xian with him and disappeared from everyone's sight. After a full 5 breaths, everyone finally regained their senses. Wu Gang smiled bitterly. Because of Luo Sheng's recklessness, the snow-worshipping sect that has existed for countless years was destroyed, just like that. Serves him right. Wu Gang's junior sister could not help but say in a low voice. The rest of the immortals were also immersed in the shock. They looked at each other and saw traces of fear and shock in each other's eyes. "Brother Go, aren't you going to chase after him? Hurry up!" Brother Go's live stream room exploded with comments. However, how am I going to chase after him? Brother Go looked at the sky speechlessly. Previously, Ning Qi was unconscious. Although he was moving quickly, Brother Go had used all his strength to barely keep up. However, just now, Ning Qi had disappeared from everyone's sight. They did not even know where he went, let alone chase after him. Heaven Dao Pavilion. Jiang Tianci and the others kept the all-heaven talismans with solemn expressions. They could no longer track Ning Qi's movements using the all-heaven talismans. "Big brother, the demon ape has regained consciousness. This is bad news for the Heavenly Dao clan. We must think of a solution as soon as possible." Jiang Yuanshin said solemnly, "The solution is simple. The demon race is coming soon. Find someone to meet the heaven-destroying demon lord and tell him that the heart of the demon ancestor has appeared in the immortal realm. We will leave the rest to the demon race. We will seal the mountain and go into seclusion." Jiang Tianci said plainly. Everyone was slightly stunned. They were not averse to getting someone else to do their dirty work. But wasn't this knife too terrifying? If the heaven-destroying demon lord really obtained the heart of the demon ancestor, wouldn't they be digging a hole for themselves? The demon race is slow-witted. Wasn't the demon ancestor killed by the Skytree Patriarch in that person? Rather than giving the ancient immortals another formidable enemy, I don't mind the demon race rising up an expert. Jiang Tianci said plainly. When the crowd heard this, they exchanged glances with each other and agreed with Jiang Tianci's decision. However, who should we send? Immortal Lord? I'm afraid they aren't strong enough. They might die before meeting the heaven-destroying demon lord. Jiang Yuanshin said in a low voice, "Even if they meet the heaven-destroying demon lord, the messenger will definitely die." An old Taoist said, "Someone has to sacrifice for the family." Jiang Tianci glanced at the old Taoists present. "Our Jiang family has already lost enough immortal emperors. You can choose the candidate. Why don't we draw straws?" "That's great." Next, other than the Jiang family, the other 8 Taoists drew straws. In the end, Ji Pingxian grabbed the long straw with an ugly expression. Pingxian, don't delay this matter. Jiang Tiance glanced at Ji Pingxian, then stood up and left. Ji Pingxian sighed in his heart. When he returned to the Heaven Dao Pavilion, he called Ji Xianling to him. Patriarch, do you have any instructions? Ji Xianling bowed calmly. I want you to take this jade scroll to the demonic sky immortal realm. Ji Pingxian took out a jade slip and handed it to Ji Xianling. There's a map on it. It will bring you to the edge of a fragment of the demon continent. The spatial barrier there might already be a little broken. You just need to find a hole and throw it in. After you're done with this, immediately come back. Our Heavenly Dao clan, the Heavenly Dao clan, is going into seclusion. All right. Ji Xianling took the jade scroll with a solemn expression. Don't read the contents of the jade scroll. Ji Pingxian looked at Ji Xianling calmly. I wouldn't dare. Ji Xianling nodded. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Chapter 2988. It's here. Return to the ancestral planet quickly in case you run into the Tiandao clan. Ning Qi brought the two girls to a secluded area. Because his body was filled with demonic qi, he could not return to his human form. He could only maintain the form of a giant ape. Otherwise, the demonic qi would definitely destroy and devour his entire body. Therefore, Ning Qi could not go to places that were too crowded. In case he was recognized immediately and attracted the Tiandao clan's assassination of the two girls. The silver dragon kept urging him in his sea of consciousness. It seemed like he could not suppress it. Don't worry. I have the jade talisman master, Hao Tian gave me. If I run into danger, I can crush it to save my life. Li Xian said, quickly go and deal with the problem in your body. Don't make us wait too long. Ning Qi nodded. He looked deeply at the two girls and turned to leave. He was extremely fast. According to the silver dragon, it was best for him to go to a desolate ghost realm and go as far as he could. That way, the silver dragon could help him seal his body in the coming time. The demonic qi inside suppressed the demonic will. In the process, Ning Qi would be in a completely unconscious state. If he was discovered, he would be like a fish on the chopping board. Time passed year after year. Ning Qi used his late-stage Dao querying cultivation to travel extremely far away from the immortal world in a few short years. But compared to the boundless universe, the distance was still very small. There's no aura on that planet. Go there, the silver dragon suddenly said. I'm going to act now. If I wait any longer, your intelligence seed will die. Ning Qi's figure moved slightly, and he broke through the air toward a dim planet in the distance. In the process, his silver eyes turned blood red again, and black smoke swept out from his body. It was unknown when he had suddenly started burning, but he fell like a meteor. On that planet, Devil's Sky Mystic Realm, Ji Xianling sat on a ferry boat and hurried to a place. Occasionally, she would use a teleportation formation. 5 years later, she finally arrived at a lifeless planet. Ji Xianling stood on the ferry boat, passed through the atmosphere, and entered the planet. However, the aura on the planet made her feel suspicious. The planet was located in the most remote place in the devilish sky mystic realm. Before coming here, Ji Xianling had learned about the situation of the planet through the heavenly talisman. It was a planet that barely made it to level 3. There was only one heaven immortal on the entire planet. Even so, no matter how low level a planet was, it should still have immortal qi. However, Ji Xianling discovered that the immortal qi on this planet was so weak that it was almost undetectable. She was an emperor, so how powerful was her divine sense? Even she had a feeling that it was extremely difficult to detect. One could imagine that the immortal qi on this planet was practically non-existent to ordinary immortals. In this case, it wouldn't be long before this planet would not even be able to maintain its title as a third-grade planet. Very soon, It would drop to a second-grade planet and then a first-grade planet. In the end, it became a place where only mortals could live and reproduce. It's extremely difficult to detect the immortal qi, but there's another kind of aura on this planet. Ji Xuanling's expression was solemn as she thought of what Ji Pingxian had said before. This was the edge of a fragment of the demonic continent, and there was a gap in the spatial barrier. Could this be the reason why the immortal qi was rapidly disappearing? Help, Senior, help. Suddenly, a large group of immortals flew over from afar. These immortals were all around the human immortal level, and there were more than 300 of them. Judging from their clothes, they seemed to belong to a certain sect. They were flying in Ji Xuanling's direction while calling for help at the same time. Ji Xuanling's gaze swept across and landed behind the group of immortals. She saw an existence that looked like a giant rhinoceros covered in black flames, chasing after the group of human immortals. Demons! Ji Xuanling's eyes moved slightly. It seems that Patriarch Pingxian was right. The spatial barrier here is indeed damaged, which is why the demons came here. Could it be that the jade slip that Patriarch Pingxian wanted me to throw in can repair the broken spatial barrier here and isolate these demons? Apart from that, she had another doubt in her mind. Although the demons were defeated in the great war of immortals and demons, there were still overlord existences back then, causing the celestial world to be lifeless for a long time. After many years of development, they finally recovered some vitality. Until now, the celestial world was not as prosperous as before the great war of immortals and demons. One had to know that third-step existences were not rare in the celestial world at that time. Such an important opponent had the opportunity to descend into the celestial world. But the elders of the clan actually sent her here alone? That made Ji Xuanling very puzzled. At the same time, the group of human immortals had already flown onto the ferry boat that Ji Xuanling was on. In reality, Ji Xuanling had removed the array formation. Otherwise, they would have been killed by the array formation on the ferry boat before they were killed by the demonic creatures behind them. Suppress. Ji Xuanling tapped lightly, and the demonic rhinoceros immediately exploded, turning into a cloud of black smoke and dissipating on the spot. Thank you, Senior. The group of human immortals hurriedly cupped their hands and thanked him. One of them, who had the highest cultivation level and was already a perfected human immortal and was only half a step away from becoming an earth immortal, mustered his courage and took a step forward. He said to Ji Xuanling, Senior, were you sent by the outside world to rescue our Buddha planet? Ji Xuanling shook his head. Everyone was disappointed when they saw that. However, they immediately changed their minds. Since Ji Xuanling could easily kill the demonic rhinoceros, he could naturally help them resolve the terrifying matter on Buddha planet. Senior, we're disciples of the number 1 sect on Buddha planet, the God Pagoda sect. A few years ago, a passageway was suddenly opened in our God Pagoda sect, and endless demonic creatures invaded our sect. In the past few years, everyone has been fleeing everywhere to avoid being killed by the demonic creatures. More than 10 billion mortals have died on Buddha planet. Senior, please seal that passageway. Otherwise, Buddha planet will be destroyed. Bring me there to take a look. Ji Xuanling said indifferently. Everyone looked at each other. In the end, only the perfected human immortal followed Ji Xuanling to the God Pagoda sect, and the rest fled in all directions. To them, the God Pagoda sect had long become the base camp of the demonic race, and they would definitely not be able to return after going there. Chapter 2989. To Ji Xuanling, golden, immortal demonic beings were existences that she could kill with a snap of her fingers. However, her expression became increasingly solemn. That was because the passageway showed signs of enlarging. It was expanding inch by inch. If it was large enough to allow immortal emperor-level demons to descend upon the world of immortals, it would be a serious matter. Senior, this is it. Actually, on our Stupa star, passageways have also appeared in the encampments of a few other sects other than our God Tower sect. However, it's not as serious as this place. The demonic beings that appeared over there are at most equivalent to us human immortals. I understand. Ji Xianling nodded calmly. She flipped her palm and took out the jade slip that Ji Pingxian had given her. The perfected human immortal's eyes flickered slightly when he saw this. Could this jade slip help to block the passageway here? The jade slip turned into a golden light and shot into the passageway. The demonic beings that blocked the passageway were all crushed by the jade slip. Roar! Who is it? A furious roar came from the direction of the God Tower sect. Ji Xuanling's expression changed slightly. This aura is already equivalent to an immortal lord? Is there an even larger passageway here? Ji Pingxian had warned her to leave immediately after throwing the jade slip over. However, Ji Xianling wanted to see if the passageway would be sealed because of the jade slip, so she did not leave. Senior, let's run, the perfected human immortal said hurriedly. Although he could not understand the language of the demons, how terrifying was the aura of an immortal lord. Even though he was hundreds of miles away from the God Tower sect, his legs were still trembling. I'll wait here for a while. You go first, Ji Xianling said calmly. A loud sound came from the direction of the God Tower sect. A creature that was hundreds of feet tall and covered in barbs slowly stood up and looked in the direction of the two. Senior, I'll be leaving first. Be careful. The perfected human immortal broke out in cold sweat when he saw this. He turned around and fled without a care for anything else. Little girl, are you alone? The gigantic creature stomped its foot and appeared in front of Ji Xianling in an instant. It looked like a hedgehog spirit, but the demonic aura in its body was incomparably majestic, overflowing from the barbs on its body. Its entire body was wrapped in demonic aura, but its face was extremely similar to a human's. There was a hint of greed in his eyes as he sized up Ji Xianling. No, I can't run away like this. Suddenly, the full-circle human immortal paused for a moment before he turned around and flew back. When he saw Ji Xianling facing off against a monster, he stopped moving. I don't understand what you're saying. Ji Xianling looked at him indifferently. I'll use your language then. Fortunately, I learned it when I was young. I was thinking that it would be useful when my clan descends to the immortal world again. The immortal lord looked at Ji Xianling with a faint smile. From the beginning to the end, he had thought that Ji Xianling was just an insignificant immortal with a low cultivation level. After all, this was an extremely remote area in the immortal world. When they had just descended a few years ago, the strongest immortal, there was only a sky immortal. He can actually speak the common language of the immortal world. Looks like the demons have never changed and are always thinking about invading the immortal world. Since an immortal lord demonic being has appeared, it's very likely that an emperor-level demon has already infiltrated the immortal world. I must go back and report this to the elders immediately. Ji Xuanling's heart moved slightly. Then, she waved her hand lightly. Her palm was like a blade as a wave of great Tao condensed on it and swept across the immortal lord demonic being. What's going on? The other party was stunned for a moment. In the next moment, he was directly cut in half and turned into black smoke that disappeared into the world. There happened to be demons watching from afar. When they saw this scene, they immediately let out a series of roars, as if they were transmitting a message. Senior is so powerful. The full-circle human immortal stared at Ji Xianling with his mouth agape. Why hasn't the passageway closed? Could it be that Patriarch Ping Xian's jade slip can't close the passageway? But what's the use? Ji Xianling frowned slightly. Roar! In the next second, a shuddering roar suddenly came from the passageway. The demon ancestor's heart is actually in the immortal world. Ha ha ha! Hurry up and report to the heaven-defeating demon master. We have to hurry up. Heaven-defeating demon master? Without hesitation, Ji Xianling grabbed the full-circle human immortal and disappeared on the spot. She did not dare to stay here any longer. She had just heard this name in the Heaven Dao Pavilion not long ago. However, she did not hear it personally. Instead, she heard it from the disciples of the Ji family below. She did not think much of it at that time, but now that she thought about it carefully, she suddenly felt that something was wrong. Thinking of Ji Pingxian's warning, she did not dare to stay in the Futu anymore. After Ji Xianling disappeared for about 50 breaths, an existence in black armor with a pale face that looked no different from a human descended from the passageway. When this existence appeared, the demons below, regardless of whether they had intelligence or not, all knelt on the ground and placed their foreheads on the ground, bowing to him with incomparable respect. "Greetings, Hanbei Demon Monarch. I'm Ken Luo." A demon with the aura of an immortal lord rushed over from afar. When he saw the existence in black armor, he hurriedly cupped his hands and bowed. Hanbei Demon Monarch held the jade scroll that Ji Xianling had just thrown in. He looked around and said calmly, "Ken Luo, where's your brother?" Ken Luo's expression changed. After asking his subordinates, he said angrily, "Hanbei Demon Monarch, the immortals have discovered us. They actually sent an emperor to kill my brother." "No, perhaps he's not here to kill your brother." Hanbei Demon Monarch's lips curled up slightly as he looked at the jade scroll in his hand. If this information was correct, then the immortal who came just now was completely a spy for the demon race. There were many immortal traitors like this during the Great War of the Immortals and Demons. I've already ordered someone to send the news back, but I can also personally go to the immortal world to look for it. If I can really find the demon lord's heart, just smelling it will be good enough. An almost imperceptible hint of greed flashed in Hanbei Demon Monarch's eyes. He then said to Ken Luo, "Continue to guard here. Before heaven-defeating demon Lord gives the order, do not leave this planet and do not kill all the little guys on this planet. Understand?" "Yes, I understand." Ken Luo hurriedly lowered his head. When he looked up again, Hanbei Demon Monarch's figure was long gone. Chapter 2990. Heaven Dao Pavilion. When Ji Xianling returned to the Heaven Dao Pavilion with the disciple of the God Pagoda sect, he realized that there was only one elder left. The bustling Heaven Dao Pavilion became extremely quiet. The disciples who were walking around were all gone. "Xianling, you're back." The disciples of the heavenly Dao family should have all returned. You should go into seclusion too. The Heaven Dao Pavilion will be completely sealed for a period of time. If any disciples can't make it back in time, just let them be. The elder said calmly. As he spoke, he glanced at the disciple of the God Pagoda sect and frowned slightly. However, he didn't say anything. For someone of Ji Xuanling's status, no one would say anything if he occasionally brought back one or two disciples who didn't belong to the Heaven Dao Pavilion. Completely sealed? Elder Long, do you know that there's a fragment of the demon race's continent on which the demons have opened a passage to the mortal realm and are constantly descending? What about the elders? I'm going to report this in the palace. He's a cultivator from the Buddha planet and can testify. Ji Xianling said. The old man, called Elder Long by Ji Xianling, looked at the God Tower sect disciple expressionlessly, then shook his head. The elders have already said that from the day of seclusion until the day they come out, nothing is allowed to disturb them. You won't be able to see them. Go back to your Ji family grotto heaven and cultivate in seclusion. All right, we don't have to worry about the immortal realm anymore. How? Ji Xianling was slightly stunned. At this moment, Elder Long waved his hand gently. Then, Ji Xianling realized that the passage to the immortal realm had been completely sealed. If not for the elders and Elder Long who guarded this place, even a cultivator at the Great Perfection Emperor realm wouldn't be able to forcefully break this passage. It was equivalent to the immortal realm and the Heaven Dao Pavilion being completely separated. Elder Long, you, Ji Xianling was shocked. Why isn't Elder Long concerned about the demon's arrival in the immortal realm? Elder Long waved his hand and left without saying a word. Senior, the disciple of the God Pagoda sect, looked at Ji Xianling in confusion. "Follow me," Ji Xianling said calmly. Not long after, she brought the Celestial Tower sect disciple back to the Ji family grotto heaven. She wanted to see Ji Pingxian and the other elders, but in the end she couldn't even enter the mountain range where they were in seclusion. With no other choice, Ji Xianling went to look for other emperor realms, only to find that all of them had gone into seclusion one after another. In the end, only Ji Xianshu saw her. After hearing about Ji Xuanling's trip to the demonic sky mystic realm, Ji Xuanshu's expression became rather solemn. However, after thinking about it for a moment, he coughed with a strange expression and said in a low voice, "Xianling, the elders have their own plans for this matter. Since the elders have asked us to temporarily go into seclusion, we'll listen to them. In that case, don't complicate things any further." "But no buts. I'm going to go into seclusion too. You can go back." Ji Xianshu sighed in his heart and waved his hand. Standing outside Ji Xuanshu's cave abode, no matter how slow Ji Xianling was, she could sense that something was amiss. The heaven-destroying demon Lord's voice resounded in the Heaven Dao Pavilion. A passageway appeared between the demon race's continent and the Stupa Star, and the spatial barrier was broken. Patriarch Pingxian asked me to send a jade scroll, and then all the patriarchs went into seclusion. Elder Long knew that the demon race was coming, but he didn't react at all. He seemed to know about this. Although he's not an elder or a disciple of the 9 families of heavenly Dao, he's the most powerful being in the Heaven Dao Pavilion after the elder. He should know something. Ji Xuanling's eyes moved slightly. Suddenly, she recalled the loud roar she heard on the Stupa Star. "The moment I threw the jade scroll in, they said that the demon ancestor's heart is in the immortal realm." Thinking of this, Ji Xuanling's body trembled slightly. A hint of disbelief flashed in her eyes, followed by doubt. In the end, she glanced at the place where Ji Pingxian and the other elders were cultivating in seclusion with an ugly expression. In the end, she sighed softly and led the Celestial Tower sect disciple towards her cave abode. She flew. "Senior, is there no other way?" The Celestial Tower sect disciple seemed to have sensed something. "The Heaven Dao Pavilion has been sealed. Even I can't get out. Since you're here, take it as a good opportunity. Cultivate well at my place. Perhaps the next time you return to the immortal realm, you'll be a golden immortal even if you're not a grand Luo." Ji Xianling said calmly. A hint of shock flashed in the Celestial Tower sect disciple's eyes. Although he still had a lot of things to say, he was stifled by Ji Xuanling's golden immortal even if you're not a grand Luo. "If even senior can't get out, I can't either. I can only cultivate here. When my cultivation is high enough, I'll go back to rescue my junior brothers and senior brothers." In the next 7 to 8 years, the immortal realm fell into an inexplicable peace. Nothing major happened in these 7 to 8 years. Every immortal was cultivating as usual. However, there were some posts about the demon race on the All Heavens forum. Shocking! The demon race has appeared in the demonic sky immortal realm. 400,000 immortals of the mystic reflection palace were killed. There were only a few hundred people following this post. It was quickly overshadowed by other more popular posts and disappeared in the vast sea of posts. After that, a few more similar posts appeared one after another. However, they did not attract much attention. Instead, most of the replies were sarcastic. After all, to them, the demon race had already been defeated. The mainland had been destroyed. What else could they do? Moreover, now that the Tiandao clan had reappeared, they were not afraid even if the demon race swept over. If the news of the Tiandao family sealing themselves in seclusion were to spread, perhaps this group of people's attitudes would be different. Taking 10,000 steps back, if they knew that the current Tiandao family was many times weaker than when Jiang Tianshu had personally led them, they would not be so calm. The peaceful time did not last long. Finally, 50 years later, a streamer on the All Heavens streaming platform, personally witnessed the demon race slaughtering in a secluded corner of the demonic sky immortal realm. Like a plague, they slowly devoured the planets of the demonic sky immortal realm. The streamer only had time to take a few pictures before he was killed by the demon race on the spot. However, this scene set off a storm on the forums. Immortals from all realms finally believed that demons had indeed appeared. However, it was too late. Almost half of the demonic sky immortal realm was occupied by the demons. There was also an immortal monarch in the devil sky mystic realm. When the immortal monarch led a dozen primordial unity immortals to kill the fiends, they were easily killed by an existence called the Hanbei demon monarch. The millions of immortals who accompanied them were either killed or injured. Only a few immortals were lucky enough to escape. Thus, a world-shaking battle ensued. Chapter 2991. Time passed bit by bit, and before he knew it, it was as fleeting as a white steed flitting past a crevice. During this period of time, Ning Qi had been in a state of chaos. His perception of the outside world was limited to a trace of instinct. However, relying on this trace of instinct, he could feel the demonic aura and demonic intent in his body gradually being sealed and suppressed. Perhaps this process was taking too long, or at least that was what Ning Qi felt. So gradually, that trace of instinct of his gradually entered a dormant state, and he was completely isolated from the outside world, as if he was in a state of suspended animation. In Ning Qi's consciousness, the silver dragon was endlessly suppressing the demonic aura and demonic will in his body. There was a black pearl in the silver dragon's mouth. Both the demonic aura and demonic were slowly being absorbed by this pearl. If Ning Qi could wake up at this moment, he would definitely find that the silver dragon was also on the verge of collapse. The power contained within the demon ancestor's heart was a huge burden to the silver dragon at this moment. After this ends, I don't know how many years I'll be sleeping. Sweat the size of beans flowed down the silver dragon's forehead. He was a little speechless at Ning Qi. Originally, he thought that by attaching himself to Ning Qi, there would be a chance for him to regain his former strength. However, accidents happened again and again, consuming the profound qi that he had painstakingly gathered. If this happened a few more times, he would probably become a saber with no spiritual awareness again. The planet that Ning Qi's physical body had fallen on was called the Magic Planet. The people on this planet, regardless of race or magical beast, all practiced magic. Ever since that day when Ning Qi suddenly fell and smashed deep into a mountain, the aura that overflowed from his body had even transformed the mountain into a holy land for cultivation. In an instant, it was transformed into a holy land for cultivation, and a few magicians established an academy there. Originally, those magicians were just ordinary beginner magicians on the Magic Planet. Ever since they discovered this holy land for cultivation, they only used 80 years to cultivate their magic to an extremely high level, and became one of the 10 most powerful magicians on the Magic Planet. At the same time, the academy that they built also became the strongest of the 4 major academies on the Magic Planet. The Holy Dragon Academy. Countless nobles flocked there, all wanting to send their children to the Holy Dragon Academy to study. This was because the Holy Dragon Academy was publicly acknowledged as the #1 academy on Magic Planet. There were basically no mediocre magicians who graduated from there, and all of them were able to make a name for themselves on Magic Planet. However, this kind of peak did not last for too long. Another 500 years passed, and the deans of the first generation of the Holy Dragon Academy had already been dead for more than 300 years. Even though they were divine warlocks, they only had a lifespan of 200 years. Although he was also one of the 10 great mage gods on the Magic Planet, his strength was already at the bottom of the list. On his deathbed, he let his grandson inherit the position of Holy Dragon Academy's dean, who was the 3rd generation dean of the Holy Dragon Academy. In this generation, the Holy Dragon Academy had completely declined and was overtaken by the other 3 academies. The dean had also entered the Black Magic Forest without hesitation because he wanted to break through to become a mage god. In the end, he could not return to the academy, causing the Holy Dragon Academy to lose more than half of its students. The Holy Dragon Academy, which had once been glorious on Magic Planet, had now fallen to the status of a second-rate academy. The number of magic apprentices who came to enroll every year had gone from its peak of tens of thousands of years ago to only a few hundred people now. The gap between the two was huge. Holy Dragon Academy, the dean's office, the dozen or so high-level magic instructors of the academy were all looking at each other with worried expressions. One of them, a woman with an impressive figure and black hair that cascaded down her back like a waterfall, exuded a mature aura. She slowly said, "The Star Peak Academy has already decided to move the Holy Dragon Academy out of the Holy Dragon Mountain. Now, the dean's whereabouts are unknown. He has been missing for more than 30 years, and only the few of us are left. The mentors have worked hard to maintain the Holy Dragon Academy. So today I specially called for a meeting of mentors to see your opinions. Do you want to move or fight to the death?" Teacher Su Qin, although the dean of the Star Peak Academy, Virus, is not a mage god, he is still a meteor mage and a meteor level 10-1 at that. He is only half a step away from becoming a mage god. Even if the dean is still here, he may not be his match, now that he has his eyes on our Holy Dragon Mountain. If we do not move, the other party will use many excuses to start a magic challenge. Do you think we will be a match for the group of mentors from the Star Peak Academy? We are all just high-level mages. We don't even have a great mage. The speaker's voice was like a great bell, and his body was much larger than all the mentors present, as if he was a giant made of stone. In fact, this was a phenomenon produced after cultivating the earth magic rock body. Only by breaking through to the realm of a great mage could one restore their original appearance. Teacher Yen is right, although we are also very reluctant to leave the Holy Dragon Mountain. But the rest of the mentors looked at each other, their expressions somewhat desolate. Actually, we still have a little chance. Have you all forgotten how the Holy Dragon Academy was founded? Su Qin sighed. She originally wanted to see how the fighting spirit of the people present was, but reality disappointed her. Even Teacher Yen, who was only a little weaker than her, did not have any fighting spirit. How could they compete with the Star Peak Academy? What? Teacher Su Qin, what do you mean? No, that's a forbidden area. The first dean had ordered long ago that if one does not cultivate to the realm of Magic God, one should not even get close to the entrance of the forbidden area. Otherwise, one will become a mindless beast. Perhaps the forbidden area has long been useless. Back then, our Holy Dragon Academy was the strongest cultivation, holy land on the Magic Star. It was also because the forbidden area would occasionally emit a mana that could raise our cultivation. No matter what mage's attribute, they would be able to strengthen themselves with the help of this mana. Strength. However, that demonic power has not appeared for hundreds of years. It is precisely because of this that the strength of our Holy Dragon Academy has continued to fall. A teacher said somewhat dispiritedly, "The dean of the Star Peak Academy wants our Holy Dragon Mountain. It must be because of that forbidden area. We might as well use it to exchange for a place with abundant mana, a place where we can move." There's one thing I don't understand. Teacher Yen, who looked like a rock giant, suddenly said, "The dean went missing in the black magic forest. This matter is only known by us, the group of mentors. The students below all think that the dean is in seclusion to break through to the realm of Magic God. How did Virus of the Star Peak Academy know about this?" "Teacher Yen, you mean there's a traitor in our group?" a teacher said in bewilderment. "Perhaps." Teacher Yen said lightly. Chapter 2992. What? Remove the array formation in the Forbidden Land? Teacher Su Qin, are you planning to enter the Forbidden Land? This is not good. Yes, Teacher Su Qin, this is very dangerous. Moreover, the magic array was personally arranged by the first deans, and it was also reinforced by the second and third deans. We, a group of high-level mages, can't remove this magic array at all. Everyone looked at Su Qin in shock. Su Qin said solemnly, "After many years of research, I have found a small loophole in this magic array." "What loophole?" "Impossible. That is the magic array invented by the first deans. How can there be a loophole?" The teachers present did not believe it. "As long as everyone works together to help me, I can temporarily open the magic array for about half a day. That is only a small gap, not a complete removal of the magic array. After half a day, the magic array will be restored. I only need that half a day to enter the Forbidden Land and take a look. Is there a chance to help our Holy Dragon Academy avoid this crisis?" As Su Qin said this, his eyes swept across everyone's faces. She noticed that one of the teachers had a strange expression on his face. She immediately knew what was going on, but did not flare up on the spot. Traitor or not, if they were unable to avoid this crisis, the Holy Dragon Academy would be chased out of the Saint Dragon Mountain. Even if there was a traitor, it would not matter. When the time comes, the traitor will naturally leave the Holy Dragon Academy. No. A middle-aged teacher with glossy, slicked-back hair stood up and looked at Su Qin with a serious expression. "Teacher Su Qin, although you have the first-generation dean's blood flowing in your veins, this does not mean that you can go against the first-generation dean's will and force your way into the forbidden area. Teacher Allen, if we don't enter the Forbidden Land, our Holy Dragon Academy will not be able to defend the Saint Dragon Mountain. Then, in the future, the Forbidden Land will become the Forbidden Land of Star Peak Academy. Do you think that Virus will obediently follow the rules of the first dean and not enter the Forbidden Land?" Su Qin looked at the middle-aged teacher, a cold light flashing in his eyes. He was already sure that this was the traitor who leaked the information to Virus. "I agree with Teacher Su Qin." Teacher Yen suddenly stood up, causing all the teachers present to feel an extremely heavy pressure. Rock Body was one of the few spells that were extremely powerful in close combat. If Teacher Yen were to suddenly make a move at this distance, everyone present, except for Su Qin, would not be able to withstand it. However, the other teachers would be defeated within 2 or 3 moves. They wouldn't even have the time to chant incantations. As for low-level magic that didn't require chanting incantations, they wouldn't even be able to break through their defenses. What about everyone else? What do you think? Alan glanced at Teacher Yen with some fear before asking the other teachers. He hoped that someone would stand up against him. But the result was, "Oh, this seems to be our Holy Dragon Academy's last chance. If Teacher Su Qin really has a way to open the magic array for half a day, why don't we try it?" The rest of the teachers thought about it, and basically all voiced their agreement. Su Qin was relieved. It seems that except for Alan, the traitor, the rest of the teachers are still standing on the Academy side. Since that's the case, I'll let you bear the consequences. I refuse to open the magic array. Alan coldly snorted and turned to leave. After he left the dean's room, Alan immediately returned to his cultivation tower. A crow slowly landed by the window. Alan looked at the crow. "Go tell Dean Virus that Su Qin has found a way to temporarily open the forbidden magic array. In order to avoid any accidents, tell Dean Virus to hurry up. Come to the Holy Dragon Academy." The crow's blood-red eyes flashed. It flapped its wings and flew away from the Holy Dragon Academy. On the Holy Dragon Mountain, 100 zhang away from the teachers, led by Su Qin, there was a dark cave. At this moment, the cave was covered by a faint light barrier, and even air could not enter. Su Qin reached out his hand and touched the light barrier. When his finger touched the light barrier, complex lines immediately appeared on it. When the other teachers saw these lines, they felt a headache. With their magic cultivation, they were still unable to touch such a profound magic array. "Where's Teacher Allen?" A teacher looked around. He didn't come. He should be in the cultivation tower. Teacher Yen lightly said, "Don't worry about him. Everyone, this is the loophole I found. As long as we attack together, There is a 70% chance that a temporary passage can appear, enough for me to enter. Su Qin pointed to one of the complex lines and said, 70% chance? The teachers looked at each other, gritted their teeth, and looked at Su Qin. Teacher Su Qin, entering the forbidden area is extremely dangerous. Are you sure you want to go in? I'm sure. Su Qin nodded resolutely. Good. In an instant, more than a dozen Holy Dragon Academy's teachers began to chant incantations. The sound of the incantation even spread to the Holy Dragon Academy. At this moment, the few hundred students of the Holy Dragon Academy looked towards the direction of the Holy Dragon Mountain in astonishment, not knowing what had happened. Several teachers chanted incantations in unison. The teachers are over at the forbidden area. What the hell is going on? Let's go and take a look. After the news spread, students rushed towards the Holy Dragon Mountain one after another. If it was in the past, these students would not have the opportunity to step into the Holy Dragon Mountain. But now that the Holy Dragon Academy has long declined, the management was not as strict as before. Alan walked out of the cultivation tower, glanced at the direction of the Holy Dragon Mountain with some mockery, and then slowly walked towards the Holy Dragon Mountain. He felt that with Su Qin's strength, entering the forbidden area would only lead to death. What are you doing here? Go back. When the students of the Holy Dragon Academy arrived one after another, Teacher Yen and the others immediately turned around and scolded them. However, the students did not leave. They stared dumbfoundedly at the hole in the magic array. The magic array of the forbidden area was actually opened. There's no need to drive the students away. Just let the students see what you have done. The first dean specifically told you not to approach the forbidden area, but you insisted on opening it. If you get any retribution for this, then I'm afraid you won't have the face to see the first dean after you die. Alan sneered. When Teacher Yen and the others saw this, they looked towards the forbidden area with gloomy expressions. The moment the magic array was opened, Su Qin had already entered the forbidden area. Half a day passed quickly. The magic array is about to be restored, but Teacher Su Qin hasn't come out yet. What should we do? It seems that she has paid the price for what she has done. Chapter 2993. Is that Teacher Su Qin? She actually went to the most dangerous forbidden area. There's a person in that rock. Could it be that Teacher Su Qin dug it out from the forbidden area? The hundreds of Holy Dragon Academy students present all had shocked expressions on their faces. They looked at the huge rock beside Su Qin in disbelief. Right now, the huge rock was in an upright state, and the figure inside could be clearly seen. It was vivid and lifelike, and upon closer inspection, one could even see that there seemed to be some sort of silver tattoo on its neck. They had never seen such a creature before. Alan's eyes flashed with astonishment. He stared at the transparent rock, his mind somewhat shaken. He could already confirm that this huge rock was dug out from the forbidden area. Who was the person inside the huge rock? Had he been staying in this huge rock all this while, or had he snuck into the forbidden grounds of the Holy Dragon Academy and ended up being sealed in this huge rock? Teacher Su Qin, this is... Teacher Yen subconsciously took a step forward and reached out his hand to touch the boulder. His expression instantly froze. He could only see a tiny amount of energy seeping out from the boulder and fusing into Teacher Yan's body. Instantly, the magic in his body increased by a large amount. If it was a normal cultivation time, he would need to meditate for at least a month for this sudden increase in power. Teacher Yan calmly let go of his hand and said to Su Qin, Teacher Su Qin, let's bring the huge rock back to the academy first. Su Qin nodded. He swept his gaze and saw that Alan was walking towards them. Without hesitation, Su Qin cast wind magic and brought the huge rock towards the academy. Only then did the other teachers wake up from their shock, and followed with a bewildered expression. Holy Dragon Academy. In a large hall, the huge rock was carefully placed on the ground. From the beginning to the end, Su Qin and Teacher Yen had not left its side and protected it. The other teachers still did not know the use of this huge rock for magicians. They were instead very interested in the person sealed within the huge rock. Teacher Su Qin, did you dig this rock out from the forbidden area? What's the background of the person inside? A teacher asked. When I entered the forbidden area just now, I was worried that I would be assimilated by the demonic qi that the first dean and the others spoke of. But then I discovered that everything in the forbidden area was very calm. There were no other special powers. When I walked to the deepest part, I saw it. Su Qin said solemnly. It said that our Holy Dragon Academy was able to become the leader of the 4 great academies on the Sorcerer Planet because of the power in the Forbidden Lands. No wonder the Holy Dragon Academy has been gradually declining all these years. It turns out that the Forbidden Lands are no longer Forbidden Lands, a teacher said with a sigh. Could the person inside be related to the Forbidden Land? A teacher looked at the figure in the boulder with fear. Looking at his clothes, he seems to be from the ancient times. Teacher Su Qin, why don't we try to break this boulder and see if this person is still alive? A teacher suggested. No. Teacher Yen slowly shook his head. No one knows who he is. If he is still alive, he would be filled with hostility towards us. I feel that even if all of us here were to join forces, we would not be his match. A trace of the power in the boulder was equivalent to a month of his hard work. To be sealed in such a boulder, in Teacher Yan's opinion, this person's cultivation must be earth-shattering. In that case, if we don't find anything else useful to us, doesn't that mean that our Holy Dragon Academy will still have to move away from the Saint Dragon Mountain? The teachers were a little disappointed. There is something I want to announce, but before that, it's best to catch the traitor in our Holy Dragon Academy. Su Qin slowly said. Alan's expression changed slightly. He subconsciously looked toward Su Qin, but his eyes just happened to meet hers. Traitor. Everyone looked at each other, having no clue what to do. Teacher Alan, you are the dean's direct disciple. You were once just a little beggar who was almost swallowed by a scarlet demonic tiger. You were saved by the dean, and since then you have become a magic apprentice of the Holy Dragon Academy. Step by step, you have become a high-level mage and the ice magic mentor of the Holy Dragon Academy. But you are privately tipping off Star Peak Academy. Are you worthy of the dean? Are you worthy of the Holy Dragon Academy's kindness? Su Qin looked at Alan and slowly said, although his tone was not very high, the wording was extremely strong. What, Teacher Alan? Everyone looked towards Alan with some shock. Alan's expression changed slightly, and he angrily said to Su Qin, Teacher Su Qin, don't slander me. I've long noticed that something was wrong with you. Teacher Yen suddenly shouted in a low voice. With a step, he appeared in front of Alan and sent a punch towards him. Ice shield. A crystal clear ice wall appeared in front of Alan. Although it was instantly broken by Teacher Yan's fist, it gave Alan some time to escape. Just as Teacher Yen was about to give chase, the transparent boulder suddenly emitted a frightening power. It instantly engulfed the entire sacred dragon mountain, including the Holy Dragon Academy. Everything was enveloped by this power. What's going on? A magic apprentice suddenly found that his body was blooming with a fiery red light. Then he found that he had become a beginner mage. The other students of the Holy Dragon Academy also noticed this change, and their faces showed surprise and joy. This is? Teacher Yen no longer attacked. Instead, he was shocked to feel the incomparably dense magic between heaven and earth. In almost an instant, the density of the magic in the Holy Dragon Academy increased by more than 100 times. A pale green light bloomed on Su Qin's body. Teacher Su Qin has advanced to a great mage. My strength has also increased by a lot. Unbelievable. I know, this stone is most likely the core that allowed our Holy Dragon Academy to become the top of the magic planet's 4 great academies. Teacher Yan's body shone with a yellow light. Soon, the stone on his body peeled off, and he once again turned into an extremely elegant 30-year-old youth. I have also advanced to a great mage? Teacher Yen looked at himself in disbelief. This is the secret of the forbidden area. Chapter 2994. It's a pity that we let the traitor Alan escape. Teacher Yen sighed. Both he and Su Qin were in a state of advancement just now. Even if they noticed Alan's movements, they had no way of catching up. Advancing from a high-level mage to a great mage was not a joke. At the very least, it took a period of time to settle down, or else it would be easy to fall back to the previous realm. It's fine. The news will eventually spread. There are traitors in our Holy Dragon Academy, not only among the teachers, but also among the students. We just don't know who it is for the time being. But now, we can use the power of this boulder to break through our limits and try to get the most out of danger. Improve. After Su Qin finished speaking, he immediately leaned against the boulder and sat cross-legged. Teachers, the mana fluctuations here are the strongest. Please make a trip and bring the top students here. We will be cultivating here for the time being. Teacher, Yen said to everyone. Yes. All the mentors who were high-level mages nodded their heads. The way they looked at Teacher, Yen, and Su Qin had already changed slightly. It was a trace of awe brought about by the difference in realm. The strength of a great mage was much, much stronger than a high-level mage. If they had joined forces before, and with a certain distance between them, they could easily defeat Teacher Yen. But now, even if they had 10 times more people, they still wouldn't be Teacher Yen's opponent. Everyone ran out of the great hall excitedly. Not long after, the hundreds of students of the Holy Dragon Academy were brought into the great hall. Cultivate first. If there are any problems, we can talk about it later, the mentors ordered. With that, they also sat down close to the boulder, while the Holy Dragon Academy students stared at the boulder in bewilderment. When they realized that the strange changes within the Holy Dragon Academy had been caused by this boulder that had been dug out from the forbidden grounds, they immediately sat down near the boulder and began to meditate. No one noticed that the tightly shut eyes of the figure in the boulder were slowly opening. Silver Dragon, where is this? As soon as Ning Qi woke up, he found that he was sealed in a rock. There were many people sitting cross-legged against the rock, cultivating. His eyes moved slightly, and he asked the Silver Dragon in his sea of consciousness. As for the stone that sealed him, it was condensed from the immortal qi that he had unintentionally emitted over the years. When he first fell on this planet, Ning Qi emitted a monstrous devil flame. But after more than 500 years, the devil qi and devil will have been suppressed by the Silver Dragon into a bead. Otherwise, when Su Qin entered the forbidden area just now, he would have already turned into a demonic creature. You're finally awake. Use your spiritual will to take over and suppress this pearl. When the Silver Dragon heard Ning Qi's voice, a look of exhaustion appeared on its face. It opened its mouth and spat out a black pearl. Ning Qi's divine will moved and instantly enveloped it. Although the bead was in a very calm state, Ning Qi's divine will could still sense the terrifying power contained within it. This is the demonic qi and demonic will of the demon ancestor's heart? Ning Qi was slightly startled. Yes, your divine will has to suppress it all the time. If you give it a chance, it will explode in an instant. At that time, I won't be able to save you. You can only continue to improve your body in the future. Well, cultivate the 8-9 mysteries to the 9th layer, plus your other cultivation techniques. It should be enough. At that time, you can withstand the demonic qi. However, before you find a way to completely eliminate the demonic will, don't try to absorb it. The Silver Dragon said wearily, I'm going to sleep again. By the way, don't waste the layer of aura crystals outside your body. When I was suppressing the demonic qi, I found that there was a very majestic power in your body. Did you take some immortal grass or spirit medicine before? I suppressed this power. You can now absorb it slowly. After saying this, the silver dragon's figure suddenly disappeared. After saying that, the silver dragon's figure suddenly disappeared. Then the silver light on Ning Chi's body flowed, and the tattoo became more delicate and lifelike. Obviously, the silver dragon returned to Ning Chi's body from his sea of consciousness. Immortal grass or spirit medicine. Ning Chi suddenly thought of the pot of soup that little Haotian had fed him. It was prepared for Zhu Ganglai to recover his cultivation. He didn't expect that the spiritual qi would be so majestic that the silver dragon had to condense it into aura crystals for him. Ning Chi thought that he had already absorbed the elixir. That's right. Ning Chi checked his attributes and found that his level had changed from the perfected Xian Immortal to the early stage of the primordial unity, perfected Immortal. He had also opened 7 immortal meridians. I've reached the primordial unity stage? Ning Chi was stunned. When the primordial unity celestial tribulation fell, Ning Chi didn't have consciousness and didn't remember it. However, after thinking about it carefully, he finally remembered that scene. Including the previous one and the 99 at that time, there are a total of 100 primordial unity, celestial tribulations. Does the heavenly Tao want to get rid of me? Ning Chi couldn't help complaining in his heart. This power can be used to cultivate the 8-9 arcane art. When the 8-9 arcane art advances to the 9th level, I'll find a way to erase the demonic will and absorb the essence left behind by the demon ancestor's heart. My strength will be able to step into the 3rd step, unlike the Tiandao clan's group of deformed ancestors. They're not human, they're stuck in the middle. Ning Chi slowly closed his eyes. System, I want to enter the top-grade cultivation training ground. The host is in a state of battle and cannot enter. The system notification sounded. State of battle? That counts. Ning Chi was slightly startled, but then he smiled. Since he couldn't enter the top cultivation training ground, it didn't matter. Anyway, it wouldn't take long to absorb the spiritual qi. With a slight thought, his body was like a whale, crazily absorbing the layer of spiritual qi on the surface of his body. At the same time, he activated the 8-9 arcane art. 30,000 miles away from the Holy Dragon Institute, there was a Star Peak Institute. Initially, this institute was attached to the Holy Dragon Institute. However, as the Holy Dragon Institute gradually declined and even the institute director went missing in the Black Magic Forest, the status of the Star Peak Institute gradually surpassed that of the Holy Dragon Institute. A giant bird flew through the air and directly into the institute. When a few teachers in the institute saw it, they immediately wanted to take action. But the giant bird suddenly transformed into a human. Holy Dragon Institute's ice-type magic instructor, Alan? The few teachers from the Star Peak Institute frowned and walked towards Alan. It was time for class, but there were no students nearby. I want to see Institute Director Virus, Alan immediately said. What a joke. You, a teacher from the Holy Dragon Institute, barged into our Star Peak Institute to see the institute director without making an appointment? Do you really think it's still the Holy Dragon Institute of the past? A few teachers' eyes immediately revealed a mocking look. I have urgent matters to attend to. If you stop me and ruin the institute director's plans, can you bear the consequences? Alan's eyes turned cold. When they saw Alan's domineering attitude, they couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Just as they were hesitating, a black figure suddenly condensed from the ground. Institute Director. Chapter 2995. You guys can leave. Virus calmly waved his hand. Yes. Seeing this, the teachers could only turn around and leave. They were all wondering why Aaron was looking for the dean. I have received your message and personally made a trip here. Did something happen in the forbidden area? Virus calmly said, That's right. Aaron nodded and explained the situation with a serious expression. After Virus finished listening, a trace of shock flashed in his eyes. He sighed and said, Looks like it was because of that stone that the first few deans of the Holy Dragon Academy were able to transform from ordinary sorcerers to divine warlocks, leading the Holy Dragon Academy to become the top of the 4 great academies. It's just that I don't know if that magic came from the stone, or if it was sealed by it. The one sealed? Dean Virus, let's hurry over before the news gets out. There are many spies from other academies among those students. Aaron said. Let's go. Virus smiled. The next moment, a gust of wind rose from the ground and swept the two towards the Holy Dragon Academy. Their speed was 10 times faster than when Aaron had transformed into a giant bird. I've broken through. I've broken through. A student of the Holy Dragon Academy stood up excitedly. There was a flash of light in his body. He had broken through from a low-level magician to an intermediate-level magician, and this process only took 10 days. He had only cultivated in the main hall for 10 days. Countless students looked at him enviously. That student was already a top student in the Holy Dragon Academy. His aptitude could be ranked in the top 3. The 2 people who were stronger than him had broken through to intermediate-level magicians yesterday. Don't be arrogant. Continue cultivating. We don't have much time left. Teacher Yen opened his eyes and said calmly. Compared to 10 days ago, his aura was several times stronger. He did not look like a beginner great magician, but more like a senior magician who had been in this realm for more than 10 years. Su Qin's aptitude was higher than his. Her aura had almost reached the peak of a great magician, and she felt like she was about to break through to the meteor level. When the rest of the teachers saw this, a glimmer of hope rose in their hearts. If Su Qin could break through to the meteor level, she would have the ability to activate the magic array set up by the first dean of the Holy Dragon Academy. Even the dean of the Star Peak Academy, Virus, would not be able to forcefully break through the array. At that time, they would be able to rely on the formation to exchange for more time. What they lacked the most now was time. In less than an hour, a few other level, 10 magic apprentices broke through to low-rank mages one after another. They suppressed the ecstasy in their hearts and continued to cultivate. On the magic star, only by becoming a low-level magician could one be considered to have truly entered the magic star. As for intermediate magicians, in some unranked academies, they were already able to take up the position of a teacher, or even the position of a dean. Originally, the Holy Dragon Academy did not give them too much hope. They only hoped to become low-level magicians by the time they graduated. But now, even the students with the worst aptitude had set their sights on becoming intermediate-level magicians. Another day passed. Enveloped by the boundless magic, another mage tutor advanced from a high-level mage to a great mage. In this way, there were now 3 great mages in the vast Holy Dragon Academy. As long as one of these 3 could advance to the meteor level, the Holy Dragon Academy would be in a safe position for the time being. Son, more than 10 days ago, Su Qin risked his life to enter the forbidden area and dug out the boulder that sealed a person. In a short period of time, the overall strength of the Holy Dragon Academy had a very significant improvement. Whether it was the students or the teachers, they were all full of confidence at this moment. At the same time, they would occasionally look at the boulder with a trace of respect in their eyes. 3 days later, Teacher Yin suddenly stood up. A yellow light flashed in his eyes. The magic array outside has sensed 2 figures rushing towards us. Su Qin, you should be breaking through soon. I will go and stop them. After you break through, immediately activate the magic array and protect the academy. Su Qin did not speak, but the aura on his body was more than 10 times stronger than when he had just advanced to a great mage. With an adequate supply of mana, Su Qin showed his proud talent. The speed at which he absorbed mana crushed all the teachers present. Even Teacher Yen could not compare to him. Teacher Yen, let's go together. Another middle-aged woman who had advanced to a great mage stood up. Let's go too. The rest of the teachers opened their eyes one after another. They were confident that they could advance to a great mage within a month. However, with the current situation, if they don't stop those two, they won't have the chance to cultivate for a month. In that case, it would be better to join forces and fight for a second for Suqin. Teacher Yan, let's go too. Many students stood up, but there were still many who pretended not to hear and continued to meditate. Then let's go together. Teacher Yan smiled and nodded. Everyone quickly left the great hall. Just as they walked to the entrance of the academy, they saw a gust of wind sweeping over. Virus and Alan appeared in front of everyone. Alan, you really are a spy. A teacher said angrily, You're wrong. The Holy Dragon Academy is doomed to decline. I was just smart enough to choose Dean Virus. There's no such thing as a spy. Alan sneered. When he discovered that Teacher Yan's aura was stronger than before, and that the middle-aged woman had also advanced to a great mage, even the other teachers and students had greatly improved. A trace of jealousy flashed in his eyes. What a strong mana. That stone should be over there. Virus chuckled and pointed in the direction of the hall. Dean Virus, the stone is indeed over there. It seems that they knew that they would die, so they did not move the stone. Alan said with a flattering smile, Why don't you come to my Star Peak Academy? Although our Star Peak Academy already has 3 great mages, there's no such thing as too many of them. Virus looked at Teacher Yan and the middle-aged woman and said with a smile, Dean Virus, what are you saying? Why would our Holy Dragon Academy's magic mentors go to Star Peak Academy? Could it be that the Holy Dragon Academy has already closed down? Don't forget, our dean is currently in the Black Magic Forest, looking for an opportunity to break through. As long as he becomes a mage god, the glory of our Holy Dragon Academy will once again shine on the magic star. Teacher Yan's eyes slightly moved and said with a smile, If they could talk, it would be good to stall for time. Why do I feel that you are stalling for time? Virus slightly frowned. Alan suddenly cried out, Dean Virus, Suqin is not here. If she breaks through to meteor rank, she can open the array left by the first dean. Chapter 2996. This is Virus' eyes flashed with shock, and he immediately retreated, instantly leaving the Holy Dragon Academy. At the same time, the light curtain completely covered the Holy Dragon Mountain and the Holy Dragon Academy. This is the magic array left behind by the first dean. If it is not someone from our Holy Dragon Academy, it will be torn to pieces by the magic array. The corner of Teacher Yan's mouth slightly rose. Teacher Suqin has broken through. Meteor rank. In just 10 days, Suqin had broken through from a high-level mage to a meteor rank mage. Although his rank was not as high as Virus, it was enough for him to use the last trump card of the Holy Dragon Academy. As long as it is not attacked by more than 2 mage gods, this magic array will not be broken. However, the magic crystals we left behind can only last for about 5 years. The middle-aged woman who had broken through to Great Mage frowned, a trace of worry flashing in her eyes. 5 years is enough. Don't worry about this for now. Let's catch this traitor first. Teacher Yan sneered. His figure moved slightly, and he appeared in front of Alan, who had shocked face and punched him. In his panic, Alan used ice magic in an attempt to block Teacher Yan's fist. Unfortunately, Teacher Yan was already a great mage, and one with a very high level of cultivation. A layer of brown light instantly appeared in his hand, and his fist instantly turned to stone, shattering all of Alan's attacks with a single punch. He was knocked out on the spot. Take him away and lock him up. Teacher Yan smiled. A teacher immediately walked to Alan's side, grabbed his calf like a dead dog, and pulled him towards the depths of the academy. Dean Virus, we have to go back to cultivate. You can stroll around by yourself for a while. Teacher Yan raised his head and looked at Virus. With a smile, he turned around and led everyone away. Although there were many facilities outside the academy, even if Virus destroyed them, it would not affect the foundation of the academy. Verus looked at the light curtain with a pale face, and then looked towards the hall. He was a little shocked. Su Qin is just a high-level mage, but in such a short time he reached the meteor rank. This means that the origin of that boulder must be extremely terrifying. Could it be? A trace of shock flashed in Verus' eyes. Could it be that the one sealed in the stone is a demigod? No, we can't let the Holy Dragon Academy continue to develop like this. It's only been 10 days, and a meteor rank has appeared. If Su Qin is given a little more time, won't he become a magic god? At that time, the Holy Dragon Academy will probably return to being one of the 4 great academies, and my Star Peak Academy will definitely be destroyed. At this thought, Verus gave the Holy Dragon Academy a deep look, then turned into a gust of wind and swept away. Everyone can finally cultivate with peace of mind. Let's strive to make all the mentors break through to become great wizards in the remaining time, and then advance to the meteor rank. Teacher Su Qin's goal is to become a magic god. Only when she becomes a magic god, the Holy Dragon Academy will not have to fear anyone. After returning to the main hall, Teacher Yen said happily. At this moment, both the teachers and the students were full of fighting spirit. There was no lack of spies from other academies among the students, but now their thinking was gradually changing. Since the Holy Dragon Academy can bring them more benefits, why would they still want to be spies? Not long after, when Su Qin returned to the main hall from the place where the magic array was activated, everyone sat cross-legged and meditated again, not wasting a single second. Interesting. Inside the boulder, the corners of Ningqi's mouth curled up slightly. Although he was seizing the time to refine the spirit chi crystals outside his body, he could multitask and use his divine telekinesis to observe the movements around him. In fact, after he woke up, his divine telekinesis had already scanned the magic star once. He already knew the composition of the civilization on this planet. On this planet, there were not only lizards and dragons, but also dwarves, elves, goblins, behemoths, and other races. It's a pity that the level of power on this planet is very low. Among the human race, there are 10 people with the highest cultivation, called magic gods. But in Ningqi's view, they are only equivalent to nascent soul stage cultivators. The strongest existences of other races are similar to these 10 people. In the dragon race, there are many cultivators who are equivalent to soul formation stage. These existences seem to be called demigods. Then, in the depths of the magic planet, Ningqi also found a guy who was much stronger than a demigod. He had strength comparable to a human immortal. It's just that this guy seems to have been sleeping. Ningqi more or less understood the reason why he was sleeping. That is, the spiritual energy on the magic planet is not enough for a human immortal to absorb. If he is not sleeping, as long as he is awake, he will consume spiritual energy all the time. Cultivation. Why would he regress? This is not a place to stay for a long time. It will take about 5 years for the layer of crystals outside my body to be completely absorbed. After I finish absorbing, I will go back to the immortal world to take a look. I wonder how many years have passed in the immortal world. Ningqi slowly closed his eyes and began to speed up the absorption. As for Su Qin and the others' cultivation, it will not affect Ningqi in the slightest, because the amount of spiritual energy they can absorb is very, very small. For them, it may be huge, but for Ningqi, it may only be equivalent to him taking a casual breath. The gap in strength between the two sides is really too huge. Divine Grace Academy, one of the 4 major academies of the magic planet. After the decline of the Holy Dragon Academy, Divine Grace Academy was recognized as the #1 academy in the world. Dean Ryan advanced to Magic God 50 years ago, and this year he is only 100 years old. For a magic god, this is the prime of his life. In addition to him, Divine Grace Academy has another magic god, but that one has been traveling and rarely stays in the academy. Under the 2 magic gods, Divine Grace Academy has a total of 13 meteor grade mages, hundreds of great mages, more than 1,000 high mages, and as many as 50,000 students. comparing the declining Holy Dragon Academy to the Divine Grace Academy. The former was like a small rural town, while the latter was a giant city. I haven't been back for a long time. Verus, dressed in a black robe, stood at the gate of Divine Grace Academy. There was a trace of emotion in his eyes. This is his alma mater. From an ordinary person to a magic apprentice, and then to a low-level magician, it was all achieved in Divine Grace Academy. Later on, due to various reasons, he was expelled from Divine Grace Academy and transferred to Star Peak Academy to study under the previous headmaster. It took him more than 50 years to become a Meteor Level 10 magician today. Mage, Dean of Star Peak Academy, Your Excellency is... The gatekeeper of Divine Grace Academy has been looking at Verus for a long time. Seeing that the other party was just standing at the gate without saying a word, he finally couldn't help but step forward and ask, Chapter 2997. You. The gatekeeper looked at Verus in shock, and his mind turned quickly. From Verus' words, the other party recognized him, but he still didn't remember such a person among the people he knew. Harmon, don't you remember me? Back then, when we attended Teacher Auga's magic class together, your grades were much, much better than mine. Verus smiled faintly. Teacher Aogu? Harmon, who looked very old, had a look of surprise in his eyes. Aogu was the current dean of Divine Grace Academy, but he was no longer a teacher. When he was still a teacher, it was more than 50 years ago, before he became a magic god. At that time, he was just a child in his teens. You are Verus? In Harmon's mind, a young face finally emerged, overlapping with the face in front of him. Although there were some differences, he was sure who the person in front of him was. After recognizing Verus, Harmon's face became extremely pale. Over the years, as an intermediate magician and a graduate of Divine Grace Academy, he could at least become a teacher or even a dean in some remote place. However, he didn't choose to leave Divine Grace Academy because he was afraid of Verus' revenge. He was willing to be a gatekeeper in Divine Grace Academy. Haha, you framed me and caused me to be expelled. I still remember it clearly. All these years, I always knew that you were a gatekeeper in Divine Grace Academy. Although I couldn't do anything to you, because of that, I have already found out that you secretly founded a family outside. Verus glanced at Harmon with a faint smile, then walked into the Divine Grace Academy with his head held high, no longer paying attention to Harmon, whose body was slightly trembling and whose face was filled with panic. Aogu Mage Tower. After going through many levels of reporting, Verus finally met the now famous Dean Ogu on Magic Planet as the Dean of Star Peak Academy and a former expelled student of Divine Grace Academy. Aogu had a head full of white hair, and the magic robe he wore was somewhat old, giving him the appearance of an ordinary old man. However, standing in front of Aogu, Verus was unable to maintain his calm. The terrifying aura emanating from Aogu's body caused all of his muscles to subconsciously tighten. Verus, I thought you would never enter Divine Grace Academy again in this life. Why did you come to see me today? Aogu said lightly. Teacher Aogu. A hint of respect appeared on Verus' face. Do you still treat me as your teacher? Aogu chuckled lightly. If it weren't for Teacher Augur's magic class, there wouldn't be today's Verus. I naturally won't forget it. Verus whispered. Seeing how respectful you are, there must be something you need my help with, right? Just say it. Aogu said lightly. Actually, I'm not trying to help you. It's just that I seem to have discovered a demigod creature. I'm a little uncertain, so I'm here to ask Master Augusta. Verus said, Demigod creature? Aogu's aura suddenly became a little frenzied, and Verus couldn't help taking a few steps back. But when he looked up at Aogu had returned to his original appearance. Speak. Augur stared at Verus. On the Magic Star, the demigod realm was a realm that everyone pursued, but so far, only the dragon race had experts who had reached this realm. Therefore, all the races, including the human race who had the 10 great mage gods, had to pay tribute to the dragon race every year. All kinds of magic items were shipped to the dragon race one after another. Although the races didn't seem to have any complaints in private, they were all trying to break through the shackles of the realm and become demigods. Virus immediately recounted what happened in the Holy Dragon Academy. Aogu stood up in shock, his expression uncertain. In fact, he had secretly gone to the Holy Dragon Academy to find out what was inside the forbidden area. However, the array outside the forbidden area was arranged by the first deans of the Holy Dragon Academy, and Aogu wasn't confident that he could break it quietly. Moreover, he wasn't sure whether the thing inside the forbidden area was a god or a demon. Thinking back to the time when even the first deans of the Holy Dragon Academy wanted to list that place as a forbidden area, he dispelled the idea of exploring it. He didn't expect that a high-level magician would enter and dig out a huge rock with a person sealed inside, and use this rock to become a meteor magician from a high-level magician? If what you said is true, then this thing will indeed be of great help to me, and may very well allow me to step into the demigod realm in one fell swoop. Besides me, does anyone else know about this? Aogu said, coldly, as long as the Holy Dragon Academy doesn't spread the news, no one else will know, because the magic array of the Holy Dragon Academy has already been activated. Virus said in a low voice, the magic array is easy to deal with. Although 2 mage gods are needed to break it, my cultivation has improved recently, and with some meteor magicians, we should be able to break it. There's no time to lose, come with me. As long as that rock can help me, I will help you enter the realm of mage gods. Aogu smiled. Thank you, Teacher Aogu. Virus bowed, a hint of joy flashing in his eyes. Although he wanted to monopolize that rock, he didn't even have the ability to enter the Holy Dragon Academy. Getting Aogu's promise was already something he wished for. Holy Dragon Academy. I've finally broken through. When the last magic apprentice let out a long sigh and entered the beginner level, the original more than 200 magic apprentices in the Holy Dragon Academy had all become beginner magicians. Many of the original beginner magicians had become intermediate magicians, and some had even broken through to advanced magicians. Although the number was far from that of the other 3 academies, this ratio was unprecedentedly high. It should be noted that most of the academies were made up of magic apprentices. For example, Divine Grace Academy had 50,000 students, but at least 45,000 of them were magic apprentices. The remaining 5,000 students were low-rank mages, middle-rank mages, and even high-rank mages. The proportion of magic apprentices and above was only 10%. This was considered the top rate on the Magic Star. But now the Holy Dragon Academy was 100%. All magic apprentices grew into low-level magicians. The other teachers had also successfully advanced, becoming great magicians in an instant. As for Teacher Yen and the other middle-aged woman, they were already showing signs of breaking through to the meteor level. Su Qin was still in meditation. Chapter 2998. Meteor Rank 10. Teacher Su Qin is already a Meteor Rank 10. Doesn't this mean that he will soon break through to the magic god realm? The teachers and students present were all shocked. They interrupted their cultivation and surrounded Su Qin. It's not so easy to break through to the magic god realm. A few days ago, Su Qin's aura had already reached the peak of meteor rank. Teacher Yen slowly shook his head. But even so, Su Qin's aptitude was much stronger than theirs. They were now stuck at the bottleneck of Great Mage, unable to break through to the meteor rank for a long time. The further they go, the more they can see the gap between them and Su Qin. It seems that as long as there is enough mana, Su Qin can continue to break through. Bang! Suddenly, a loud sound came from outside. The entire ground of the academy seemed to shake because of it. Teacher Yen and the rest's expressions all changed. Together with a group of students, they quickly walked out of the main hall and looked towards the direction of the academy's entrance. What they saw caused the expressions of all the teachers present to turn extremely pale. Outside the academy, Ao Gu, Virus, and 6 meteor rank mages of Divine Grace Academy were constantly bombarding the magic array of the Holy Dragon Academy. A golden beam of light, like a whip, was held in Ao Gu's hand. After he swung it, it fell on the magic array with a great force. Every time he swung it, the earth shook. The movement just now was caused by him. This is a magic artifact refined from a dragon's tail. He is Mage God Ao Gu. I didn't expect Virus to invite Mage God Ao Gu. Teacher Yen, how long can our magic array last? It's okay, there is only one Mage God. It will take at least 5 years to break the magic array. We still have time. When Teacher Su Qin becomes a Mage God, we won't have to fear them anymore. Teacher Yen said with a dignified expression. Everyone returned to the main hall to cultivate. However, many of the students were unable to enter a meditative state. When the teachers saw their worried expressions, their expressions became extremely unsightly. A Mage God and 7 meteor rank mages were attacking the Holy Dragon Academy. Once the magic array is broken, everyone's fate can be imagined. Such a heavy pressure directly caused many students with ordinary aptitudes to be unable to continue meditating. Not only that, other than Teacher Yen and the middle-aged woman, the rest of the teachers were the same as the students and were unable to enter a meditative state. Even if they were to forcefully enter, with their current mental state and the abundant mana around them, it would not be of much help to them. Only Su Qin seemed to be unaware of the movements of the outside world. His eyes were closed and he had been in a state of meditation. You don't have to worry too much. What will come will come. Only by working hard to improve yourself when danger arrives will you have a higher chance of success. Teacher Yen said. Yes. Everyone nodded in agreement. Teacher Yen sighed in his heart and closed his eyes. Not long after, he entered a meditative state. Right now, he could only work hard to raise his own strength. Other than that, there was no other way. In the blink of an eye, about a year had passed. Over the past year, the Holy Dragon Academy had spent its days in the midst of tremors. The ancient Mage God's attacks had never stopped. There were already many students who could not stand this tense atmosphere and gave up cultivation. But the main reason was that their aptitudes were limited. Even if they were given a very good environment, they could not use the mana around them to improve themselves. I still can't break through. Is my aptitude only at this level? Teacher Yen opened his eyes and sighed softly. His current cultivation was at the top among great mages, but he still could not enter the meteor grade. On the other hand, the middle-aged woman broke through half a year ago and became the 2nd meteor grade mage in the Holy Dragon Academy. Teacher Yen suddenly looked in the direction of the boulder. His expression suddenly became bewildered. He found that the size of the boulder had obviously shrunk by a lot. Teacher Yan's expression was incomparably solemn. In the following time, he would subconsciously observe the size of the boulder. Sure enough, the boulder was slowly shrinking at a speed invisible to the naked eye. However, the surrounding mana did not increase, but instead became thinner and thinner. Another 2 years passed. This time it wasn't just Teacher Yen, even the other teachers and students had noticed the change in the boulder. The originally transparent boulder was now only left with a thin layer covering the figure within. If one didn't look carefully, they might even think that the person inside had walked out. Bang! This loud noise was much more terrifying than in previous years. It was as if something had broken. The magic array has been broken. It won't even last for 5 years, a teacher said with a pale face. At the same time, Su Qin slowly opened his eyes and stood up. Teacher Su Qin. Everyone hurriedly stepped forward, looking forward to seeing Su Qin advance into the magic god realm. Unfortunately, although the aura on his body was already very strong, he still could not advance. Su Qin looked at the boulder, and his expression changed slightly. He finally knew why the mana around him was getting less and less in the past few years. If it was still at the same level as before, he believed that he could advance into the magic god realm. Outside the hall, there was the sound of footsteps. Everyone looked towards the door and saw Gu holding a magic staff in his hand, leading Virus and the others inside. He didn't even look at Su Qin and the others. Instead, his eyes fell on Ningqi, who was wrapped in a faint layer of spirit energy crystals. Teacher Gu, when this boulder was first dug out, it was bigger than it is now, and the mana it emits was countless times thicker than it is now. It must have been completely absorbed by them. Virus said with an ashen expression, "It doesn't matter. Although the mana is not as much as you said, I can feel that the existence sealed by the boulder should be a demigod." The corners of Gu's mouth slightly rose. "This is the corpse of a demigod. Virus, you are very good. You found a way for me to advance to demigod. As long as I replace the bloodline in his body, I will be demigod Gu." Demigod? When Su Qin and the others heard this, their faces suddenly showed a trace of shock. The figure inside was actually a demigod? But this sentence was said by Gu. He is a magic god, so the credibility of his words is very high. Coupled with the terrifying speed of everyone's cultivation in the past few years, they also felt that Gu was right. What he said made sense. When they thought of how they were so close to a demigod in the past few years, and even used the mana emitted from his body to cultivate, everyone's mood became extremely complicated. Shackles. Gu gently waved his magic staff. Chapter 2999. This is the corpse of a demigod. Gu stood in front of Ningqi, closed his eyes and felt Ningqi's aura. He then opened his eyes and sighed. The meteor-grade mages who followed behind Gu showed surprise and joy on their faces. Thinking about the hard work of the past few years, it was really not in vain. Teacher Gu, what should we do with these people from the Holy Dragon Academy? Virus walked to Gu's side and coldly glanced at Teacher Yen and the others. When his eyes fell on Su Qin, a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. A trivial high-level mage, in such a short period of time, had mana that was not weaker than his. If he were to wait a few more years, wouldn't he become another mage god? At that time, Star Peak Academy would probably be directly suppressed by the Holy Dragon Academy. "I'll leave them to you," Gu lightly said, then subconsciously reached out and touched the thin layer of crystal outside Ningqi's body. Virus' eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. Su Qin and the others had been shackled by Gu. Now that their mana was sealed, they were just like ordinary people. It would be very easy for him to deal with them. Any magic apprentice can easily kill them. Perfect. I have never heard of such a perfectly preserved demigod corpse. As long as I use my secret technique, I will definitely be able to extract a trace of demigod's bloodline from his body. At that time, I will become the first demigod of the human race. Gu felt the coldness on his fingertips and murmured to himself. Su Qin and the others were very pale. They were handed over to Virus by Gu. They could imagine how Virus would treat them. Is the Holy Dragon Academy going to disappear from the Magic Star today? Su Qin's eyes showed a trace of unwillingness. Kacha! A crisp sound rang in the hall. Huh. Gu's brows slightly moved. Virus and the other meteor-grade mages glanced at each other, then looked around and finally looked at Ningqi with a stunned expression. Kacha kacha! The crisp sound became clearer and clearer. Everyone could clearly see that the crystal outside Ningqi's body was covered with countless spiderweb-like lines. Bang! A loud noise resounded. The crystal completely shattered, then turned into a white mist and was swallowed by Ningqi. It was only at this moment that everyone was horrified to discover that the demigod corpse they thought was actually a living thing. A look of horror flashed across Augur's eyes, and he subconsciously raised his magic staff. However, just as he raised his wand in front of him, Ningqi grabbed it and crushed it into sawdust that fell to the ground. You want to extract my bloodline? Ningqi smiled and said. He spoke in the lingua franca of the sorcerer planet, which he had learned from those fellows from the Holy Dragon Academy over the past few years. Pooh! A mouthful of blood sprayed from Aogu's mouth. Just as the mouthful of blood was about to land on Ningqi, time seemed to stop. The blood condensed in midair. Time magic! Su Qin and the others were shocked. Virus and the rest of the meteor rank mages were already slowly retreating, their expressions not much different from Su Qing's. Great demigod, I am God's grace, puff! Aogu was only halfway through his words when his head shattered. The headless corpse fell to the ground. Everyone present looked at this scene in shock. Aogu, one of the human race's magic gods, died just like that? When they thought that they had been in close contact with such a terrifying existence for several years, Su Qin and the others' complexions became extremely pale, and their eyes were filled with fear. So. Virus and the others turned and fled. Now that Aogu was dead, if they stayed here, they would only die. Ningqi just smiled and did not make a move. Ningqi was really not in the mood to deal with this kind of ant who was not even a human immortal. No, don't kill me, don't kill me. When Ningqi looked at them, many of the Holy Dragon Academy students were so scared that they collapsed to the ground. The panic in their eyes almost condensed into essence. Why would I kill you? Ningqi smiled, then walked out of the great hall. But when he reached the door, his footsteps paused slightly. Immediately afterward, the shackles in Su Qin and the others' hands instantly shattered. Your Excellency, please wait. Su Qin suddenly chased after Ningqi in front of everyone's shocked eyes. Teacher Su Qin. Teacher Yan was horrified. Are you kidding me? This existence can even kill a magic god at will. If they are accidentally angered, they will end up like Aogu. What's wrong? Ningqi turned and looked at Su Qin. Your Excellency, do you know the origin of the Holy Dragon Academy? Su Qin hesitated for a moment, but finally bravely looked into Ningqi's eyes. When I was sleeping, it used the aura that I inadvertently emitted to establish the academy. Is that right? Ningqi smiled slightly. Everyone was slightly startled when they heard this, and their expressions suddenly became complicated. After Ningqi's reminder, they finally came to a realization. Didn't the first deans who established the Holy Dragon Academy experience a similar situation as them now? Didn't they absorb the aura of this demigod and break through to become a magic god and establish the powerful Holy Dragon Academy? So your Excellency knows everything. Su Qin froze for a moment, then said respectfully, in that case, the Holy Dragon Academy should also belong to your Excellency's inheritance. Inheritance? That's right. Teacher Yan and the others' eyes suddenly lit up. If that's the case, then they can actually be regarded as the inheritors of this demigod. After all, the Holy Dragon Academy relied on him to exist. I know what you want to say. Take this top-grade immortal stone. With it, it will be enough for your Holy Dragon Academy to prosper for the next 10,000 years. Being able to meet me can also be regarded as your opportunity. Ningqi casually threw a top-grade immortal stone to Su Qin. For Ningqi, this kind of thing was as casual as giving a 5-yuan red packet to a child during the New Year. As soon as Su Qin took the immortal stone, he felt that it contained an extremely terrifying magic power. When he raised his head in surprise, Ningqi's figure had already disappeared. Ningqi's casual action had made the Holy Dragon Academy one of the top forces on the Sorcerer Planet for the next 10,000 years. Even the human immortal creature that had been in a deep slumber had been awakened. However, this was all in the future. At this moment, Ningqi had already left the magic star, but he did not intend to return to the ancestral star. Instead, he entered the good fortune domain. After Jiang Yu's cultivation was abolished, he had been left in the good fortune domain. It was time to meet him. Chapter 3000. Roar. Zhu Gonglia's good and evil thoughts seemed to have lost its mind, leaving behind only the purest thoughts. When it saw Ningqi and Jiang Yu, it immediately pounced towards them. The good thought chose Ning Qi. The evil thought chose Jiang Yu. No. Jiang Yu let out a scream of terror. He didn't want to die yet. Although his cultivation had fallen to a human immortal, he believed that with his Emperor Realm strength, there was still a chance for him to recover. Presumptuous. Ning Qi snorted. The good and evil thoughts were squeezed into a small ball by an invisible force. It fell into Ning Qi's palm and struggled. Without Zhu Gonglia's body, you're just a thought. You can't cause any trouble. Ning Qi looked at the small ball in his palm and snorted. With a wave of his hand, the small ball turned into a shooting star and disappeared from his and Jiang Yu's sight. You want to kill me? Jiang Yu looked at Ning Qi with a complicated gaze. That's right. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. Wait, I'm already a cripple and a human immortal. I can't cause any trouble like it. You didn't even kill it, so please spare my dog life. Jiang Yu said with a terrified expression. However, Ning Qi could still see a trace of resentment in his eyes. It was obvious that Jiang Yu didn't mean it when he begged for mercy. He was just trying to buy time so that he could recover his cultivation. Spare your worthless life. Ning Qi pondered. Jiang Yu had a look of anticipation on his face, but in his heart he was cursing viciously. If he could recover his Emperor Realm cultivation base, he would definitely use the most vicious methods on Ning Qi and make him beg for death. It's not impossible. Ning Qi smiled. Oh. Jiang Yu's eyes were filled with joy. However, he could hear a special meaning in Ning Qi's words. What do you want me to give in exchange? Hand over the eternal flame first. Ning Qi smiled. Eternal flame? Jiang Yu's expression changed. You don't remember? Weren't you the one who took it from me in the netherworld? You've forgotten it so quickly? Jiang Yu's face turned extremely ugly, as if he had eaten a mouthful of dog shit. It would have been better if Ning Qi hadn't mentioned this. Now that he thought about it, he was extremely regretful. If he had known earlier, he would have used the simplest method to kill Ning Qi. Now he wouldn't have fallen into such a predicament. However, he didn't expect that when he had thrown Ning Qi into the void, turbulence, Ning Qi would be able to survive in such an extreme state. Surviving in such an environment, however, the eternal flame was the only thing he could rely on to recover his cultivation. If he handed it over to Ning Qi, it would be extremely difficult for him to recover his Emperor cultivation. Are you still hesitating? The corners of Ning Qi's mouth lifted slightly. Jiang Yu gritted his teeth and a flame-shaped tattoo appeared on his glabella. Then, as if the tattoo had come to life, it separated from his glabella and turned into a ball of flame. With a thought from Ning Qi, the flames fell on the back of his neck and formed a flame tattoo. I have already returned the eternal flame to you. I hope that you can keep your promise. However, there's one thing that I have to tell you. This eternal flame has an extraordinary origin. Even after all these years, I've been unable to refine it. Jiang Yu said, Don't worry. I'm not the one who wants it. It's King Qin Guangwang who needs it. With it, King Qin Guangwang will be able to regain control of the 6 paths of reincarnation. At that time, I wonder if the immortals of your Tiandao clan will have to report to his territory when they die? Ning Qi smiled faintly. The flame tattoo gradually faded and eventually disappeared without a trace. If one wasn't in the ancient transformation realm, even an immortal emperor wouldn't be able to tell that he had the eternal flame. After all, Ning Qi's cultivation was already at the primordial unity true immortal realm. He was no longer a puny, low-level immortal from before. What? Regain control of the 6 paths of reincarnation? Jiang Yu's eyes flashed with a hint of astonishment. His gaze fell on the back of Ning Qi's neck. He couldn't believe it. Could the true owner of the eternal flame be King Qin Guangwang, a peak 3rd step almighty from the ancient immortal clan? I know that you have a secret grotto heaven in the Jiang clan that belongs to you. The reason you were able to stand out among the many geniuses of the Jiang clan and reach the Emperor realm is also because of this secret grotto heaven, right? Ning Chi smiled faintly. Jiang Yu gasped and cried out involuntarily. How did you know? This was his most important secret. Even the 3 ancient Transformation Realm patriarchs of the Jiang clan didn't know about it. How did Ning Chi reveal it today? At this moment, Jiang Yu felt as if he had been stripped naked. An inexplicable fear rose in his heart. A long, long time ago, he was born in the Jiang clan. His father and mother were just mediocre disciples of the Jiang clan. Their cultivation bases weren't high, and they were only heavenly immortals. Under such conditions, Jiang Yu's aptitude naturally wouldn't be too high. Under normal circumstances, his limit would only be golden immortal or grand heavenly immortal, and he wouldn't have survived until now. At that time, Jiang Yu was often looked down upon and humiliated in the Jiang clan. Just when he was in despair, he obtained a mystical grotto heaven. That grotto heaven was even more prosperous than the immortal world. He obtained countless opportunities inside, and from then on he soared to the sky, becoming one of the geniuses of the Jiang clan. He had only met with setbacks on the ancestral star once, and that was when Ning Chi used the immortal exterminating bow to make him impotent. Now, even in his most desperate times, Jiang Yu treated it as his last trump card. Even if he had to return the eternal flame to Ning Chi, he still had a glimmer of hope in his heart. That grotto heaven mystic realm is really impressive. There are third-step cultivators that far surpass your ancient transformation realm patriarchs of the Jiang clan. Speaking of which, if you didn't meet me, perhaps you would be the main character in this world? Ning Chi smiled faintly. How did you know that? Impossible. Every time I leave the Heaven Dao Pavilion, I would seal my memories. Even if my soul was extracted and refined, you wouldn't know about the existence of this grotto heaven mystic realm. What are you? Jiang, you looked at Ning Chi in horror. I see. Realization flashed across Ning Chi's eyes. It was no wonder that when he used his cultivation at the peak of the later stage of the Dao querying realm to check Jiang Yu's memories, he had met with some obstruction. He was unable to see everything clearly and could only vaguely learn that his mother, Prince Muting, and Wang Shui's soul had been thrown into the grotto heaven secret realm by Jiang Yu. Chapter 3001. Fair. Jiang Yu wanted to curse. How was it fair? The secret paradise was his foundation. In comparison, the eternal flame couldn't be compared at all. After all, he hadn't obtained any benefits from the eternal flame. I'll give you 10 breaths of time to consider. After that, I'll crush your body and extract your soul. It doesn't matter if I can't find the key. You're dead anyway. I'm the only one who knows this secret in the immortal world. I can take my time. Ning Chi smiled. Damn it. That son of a B***TCH. Jiang Yu cursed in his heart, but his expression didn't change at all. He looked very calm. 3 breaths. Ning Chi smiled. Jiang Yu. 8 breaths. Ning Chi sighed softly and slowly raised his palm. At the same time, the immortal chi in his body rapidly gathered in his palm. Even an ordinary primordial immortal would not be able to withstand such a palm strike, let alone a human immortal like Jiang Yu. Wait. Jiang Yu's eyes flashed with despair. He stared straight at Ning Chi. If I give it to you, will you let me go? Who said I'll let you go? Isn't my creation realm good? You can live here. What do you want? Mountain? Lake? See? I can give you anything. Ning Chi smiled. As soon as he finished speaking, a rumbling sound came from behind him. Mountains rose up from the ground, and there was an irregularly shaped lake in the middle of the mountains. Jiang Yu's eyes flashed with shock. Then he heard the sound of waves behind him and smelled the faint smell of the sea. Creation? What kind of technique is this? As an emperor realm existence, Jiang Yu had seen many things. Even so, he could not recover from the shock in a short period of time. The shock in his eyes is real. Ning Chi's eyes flickered. It seemed that the cultivation system of the central mainland was indeed unique. Any creator could form a creation realm, and in the immortal realm, not even human immortals could reach this realm. Perhaps the heritage of the central mainland wasn't as simple as he had thought it to be? No, with his technique, it's impossible for him to reach this stage. It seems like the place I'm in is also a secret realm, and it's under his complete control. An idea flashed across Jiang Yu's mind. He finally understood. 10 breaths of time have passed. Are you still planning to delay? Ning Qi said lightly. I can give you the item, but you have to swear that you won't kill me. Jiang Yu whispered. Then you should just die. Ning Qi smiled and raised his hand to slap. Here, here. A trace of rage appeared in Jiang Yu's eyes. With a flip of his palm, a stone that seemed to be shaped like a shooting star appeared in his palm, and it emanated a trace of an unusual aura. Ning Qi had never sensed such an aura in the immortal dimension, and it was obvious that the stone ought to have come from that abode, of the realm. That's right. A wise man submits to circumstances. Ning Qi laughed like a villain. He reached out to take the stone and immersed his spiritual will into it. He wanted to see what was special about this stone. Jiang Yu's heart felt like it was bleeding. This was his greatest secret, his greatest reliance, and it was snatched away by Ning Qi just like that. It was as if his wife was snatched away, but it was fine. After all, the abode was in the Jiang family's abode. He believed that with Ning Qi's identity, he would not be able to sneak in a short period of time. It was like signing a contract to sell his wife, but his wife was in a faraway hometown and did not have to deliver the goods so early. This was the only comfort Jiang Yu had at the moment. As long as he had enough time, he could think of a way to snatch the meteor pendant back from Ning Qi. Even if he could not snatch it back, he could inform the Jiang family. He could not let Ning Qi enter, even if he had to expose the existence of the abode. This aura is full of vitality, interesting. Ning Qi's eyes moved slightly, and he suddenly used his fingernails to scratch a small wound on the back of his hand. His current physical body was extraordinarily strong. Previously, when the devil qi from the heart of the demon patriarch poured into his body, his physical body had been tempered to a terrifying degree. His demonic cultivation had also soared to the level of the current primordial immortal. According to the saying of the Devil Clan's mainland, he was now also a primordial immortal true demon. After that, he absorbed the pot of soup that Zhu Ganglai used to recover his cultivation. Although most of it was used to promote the 8-9 arcane art, a quarter of it was absorbed by Ning Qi's physical body. A quarter was integrated into Ning Qi's 7th immortal meridian, and the remaining 2 quarters were used to help the 8-9 arcane art reach the peak of the 2nd level. It could be said that Ning Qi was now a ferocious beast in human form. Even if he stood still and let countless primordial immortals attack him without any defense, the existence that could kill him might not even be born in the immortal realm. Ning Qi was confident that he could fight against an immortal lord. Apart from himself, no one could make such a wound on his body so easily. As soon as the wound appeared, a special power surged out of the meteor pendant and healed Ning Qi's wound. At the same time, Ning Qi vaguely felt that the strength of this piece of skin was a little stronger than the other parts of his body. After the meteor pendant released this special power, it became dim and lifeless. It was as if it had exhausted all the power it contained. When Jiang Yu saw this, his expression turned even uglier, especially when he realized that the meteor pendant had only healed a little of Ning Qi's wound before exhausting its power. He felt a trace of fear towards the strength of Ning Qi's physical body. One should know that even if his entire body was beaten to a pulp, the power in the pendant was enough for him to recover 10 times or even 20 times. Most importantly, he thought that he could hide it from Ning Qi and not tell Ning Qi that the meteor pendant had healing effects other than being a key. But Ning Qi still found out. Looks like you also plan to use it to recover your cultivation. Ning Qi smiled at Jiang Yu. It's a pity that the power in it is of little value to me. It only healed a little of my injury before its power was exhausted. How do you usually replenish the power in it? Hee hee, Jianyu laughed awkwardly. As long as I enter the Grotto Heaven mystic realm, it will automatically replenish itself. I see. Although it's of little value, it's better than nothing. Ning Qi nodded with a smile and kept the pendant in his sea of consciousness. Then, he looked at Jianyu with a serious face. What I'm going to ask you next, you must answer honestly and not lie. Otherwise, I will still kill you. What? Didn't you say that after I give you the good stuff, you'll... Jianyu's eyes surged with anger, and he felt extremely aggrieved. My fist is bigger than yours. I'm definitely the one who sets the rules. And I didn't say that I would kill you. It's just a few questions. Ning Qi smiled faintly. Ask away. Chapter 3002. Since you remember Feng Jiuxian, you should remember Wang Yuting. Why did you take her away and throw her into that Grotto Heaven realm? Ning Qi looked at Jianyu indifferently. I'm watching you. If you have the slightest intention of lying to me, I'll beat you to a pulp. After all, the key is already in my hands. I can tell you the truth, but you have to promise not to kill me. Jianyu took a deep breath. The feeling of having one's life in someone else's hands was truly depressing and humiliating. Speak. Ning Qi smiled. I noticed that the bloodline in her body was very unusual, so I erased her memories and threw her into that Grotto Heaven realm, into a sect I founded. My guess was right. In a very short period of time, she showed great talent in cultivation. Her current cultivation base is probably stronger than yours. Jianyu said. Sect? Ning Qi did not see this in Jianyu's memories. He did not expect Jianyu to have founded his own faction in that Grotto Heaven realm. But erased memories, you erased her soul? Ning Qi's face turned cold. Jianyu quickly said, No, her soul is still there, but I've used a restrictive spell to seal her memories. As long as I can go back, I'll have a way to help her recover. Don't worry, she's doing well in the sect. Ning Qi looked at Jianyu coldly for a while until he was drenched in cold sweat. Then he said, Next question. Back in the netherworld, you took away a woman's soul from a netherworld cultivator. Her name is Wang Shui, and she was also thrown into that Grotto Heaven realm by you. Where is she now? What happened? Jianyu looked at Ning Qi, dumbfounded. First it was Feng Jiuxian, then Wang Yuting, then Wang Shui. He never knew that the grudge between him and Ning Qi had been entangled since a long time ago. Not going to tell me? Ning Qi looked at Jianyu with a faint smile. That soul is not called Wang Shui. She is the reincarnation of an ancient immortal. You have returned to the ancestral planet a long, long time ago through a trick set up by being on the ancestral planet. You should know Shingong, Immortal Lord. She is his daughter, the reincarnation of Shingong Shui. Ah. Jianyu's eyes flashed with a venomous glint once again. Shingong Shui, or possessed the great Tao body. At that time, he was prepared to marry her and use her body to strengthen his own bloodline. However, Ning Qi had obstructed him and turned him into an inhumane eunuch who was mocked by others. Of course, I remember Shingong, Immortal Monarch. You said that Wang Shui is the reincarnation of Shingong Shui? Ah. Ning Qi nodded slowly. He had suspected this since the beginning. After all, the two women's appearances were too similar. Then where is she? Ning Qi said lightly. Jianyu's face revealed a hint of hesitation. Speak. Even if you don't speak, I'll still kill you. If you speak, you'll still have a chance to live. Ning Qi smiled. I'll speak. Jiang, you seem to have thrown caution to the wind as a determined look appeared on his face. When I first discovered her, I brought her to the sect in the secret abode and found her a physical body. I even helped her recover her memories. However, she didn't know what was good for her, so I imprisoned her in the sect and asked someone to help her recover her memories. I imprisoned her in the sect and tortured her all day long, but she refused to submit to me. At this point, Jiang Yu's face revealed a sinister smile. So, I sold her to a place called the Soul Refining Demon Sect in the Grotto Heaven Mystic Realm. She should have been refined into a soul demon by now, right? Oh, what's the name of the sect that you founded? Ning Qi said lightly. You don't seem angry? You purposely looked for her. You're obviously very close to her. Why aren't you angry? Jiang, you looked at Ning Qi in surprise. Answer my question. Ning Qi said lightly. Sacred Sect Jiang. The sect that I founded is called Sacred Sect Jiang. Jiang Yu said slowly. Now, immediately open the passage to the Heaven Dao Pavilion. Ning Qi said. You're indeed angry. Are you sure you want me to open the passage to the Heaven Dao Pavilion now? With your strength, you can't even enter the Grotto Heaven of the Jiang family, unless you can become a demon like before and reach the third step. Jiang Yu laughed softly. However, he was extremely nervous at this moment. He tried his best to not let Ning Qi see through him. He purposely angered Ning Qi just now so that he could reach this step, although it was very risky. But he succeeded. If you say another word of nonsense, I'll send you on your way. Ning Qi said lightly. All right, then you have to at least help me recover my golden immortal cultivation. No, Grand Luo cultivation. Only then can I open the passage to the Heaven Dao Pavilion through the secret technique. Jiang Yu said. He paused. At the same time, you have to bring me out of this place. I'm afraid the passage can't be opened here. As soon as he finished speaking, his vision turned black. Then he found himself in the pitch-black universe. In the next moment, a palm landed on Jiang Yu's shoulder. Endless power surged into Jiang Yu's body, causing his aura to rise continuously. Earth Immortal, Heavenly Immortal, Golden Immortal, Grand Luo. You temporarily possess the cultivation of a Grand Luo. Open the passage immediately. Ning Qi said lightly. All right. Jiang Yu nodded and tried his best to look calm. Then he formed a hand seal and a golden line appeared out of nowhere, forming a formation in front of Jiang Yu. Hurry! Open it! Jiang Yu roared excitedly in his heart. In the next moment, the formation suddenly dimmed and shattered. What's going on? Jiang Yu's eyes flashed with astonishment. You failed. Continue. Ning Qi said lightly. Yes. Without needing Ning Qi's reminder, Jiang Yu immediately tried to open the passage to the Heaven Dao Pavilion again. The result was the same as before. He failed again. The third time. Failed. The fifth time. Failed. The 101st time. Failed. Jiang Yu's face turned paler and paler. Suddenly, Ning Qi's palm left his shoulder. Then, Jiang Yu's aura dropped rapidly and returned to the human immortal stage. I think you want to die. Ning Qi looked at Jiang Yu calmly. His tone was emotionless, but it made Jiang Yu's body stiffen. Beads of cold sweat seeped out of his forehead. I got it. My family must have closed the passage. That must be it. Otherwise, there's no reason why I can't open it. It must be.